Hello and welcome along. This is Virtual Farmer and we're headed down to the shop because today we're going to get the animals started here on Oakbridge. So we're going to start with the cows. I want to get the cows set up. That means that we want to get some mowers and we're going to have to do some grass cutting. We should have enough money to buy the cow area on here, and we might try and do the chickens around that area as well. Previously, when I've done it on here, I put a chicken area into the cow field, so I think we might try and do that today as well. So let's just park up outside the shop. We also need to keep funding things with some contracts, so that's the first thing I want to get started today. And looking under the contracts, there's not a huge amount of options. There's quite a big sowing contract over on field 15, so we might go and do that, although that will use... Actually, that shouldn't use too much seed. So I think I might pick that up. And there's a big fertilizing contract on 29, but that's really expensive. And there's bale wrapping, but that's manual, and there's a large weeding contract for 15 grand. So I think we will take these, not the stone picking, the sowing contract. We will borrow the items for that, and then we're also going to take the weeding contract and we will borrow the items for that too. Okay, so these should be fairly easy to get started. My worry on this weeding contract is I think we're going to have to get this up or drive this ourselves, because this is a massive weeder. Let's just turn off this. We don't want to leave that running. But this will half pay for our... not this weeding contract, but the sowing contract will half pay for our cows. And this weeding contract should pay for the... pay for all of the seeds we're going to need to do that seeding contract. Let's see if we can get this up to the field. Hopefully this won't take too long, but this is one of those things with the roads that we have on here and the size of this equipment. I don't think the hired worker will successfully make it up there. I'm not even sure I'll successfully make it up there. Speaking of weeds, the preventative weeding we did of our field, of field 5, seems to have worked. The only bit that was a problem, I don't know if we can see it over the fence here, yeah, is this corner here. So we managed to get all of this field weeded except for this small patch here in the corner where we've got a nice big clump of weeds. If we have a look at the map, yeah, you can see we're just standing in this weed patch at the bottom corner. Otherwise, there's a little patch there, but everywhere else is clear. Definitely something you want to do is, as part of your field preparation or your post-seeding field preparation, not only rolling your field, but throw a weeder over it as well. Save yourself a bunch of money, keep your yield bonus nice and high. And not need to have a hoe. That's the thing that amazes me. And I've always thought, oh, I need to have a hoe. I don't. You just need to run a weeder over your field as soon as you've seeded it. I think my weeder here got caught on something. Oh, it's about to, because there's a tree there. Horseplay coming up and getting in my way. That's all right. We're clear. But yeah, so throwing a weeder over your newly planted crops absolutely prevents weeds from growing on the field. A little bit hard to see where you've been, and you need to be a little bit careful from that point of view, as we've seen with the fact that we do have a couple of patches of weeds, but it's got rid of the vast majority of it. Right, at least this is a double gate. So many gates around here aren't these double gates, and getting a piece of kit like this in is hard, but still not got a massive amount of space. Turn here. I don't know if this is even gonna get in here. Yeah, nope, we're not in. I did get caught on the gates. Yeah, this is definitely a weeder that is too big for this map. Absolutely. I would have used my own weeder, but The thing is, with the time stuff we're running, suppose I could use my own weeder on this tractor. It's a fuel cost. Yeah, look at that. Trying to maneuver this in this gateway is not fun. Right, keep it clear, and we're good. Right, keep out the hedge as well. Okay, so now we're on this field. Actually, we want to get well onto this field with the size of kit we've got here. So well onto this field and set the hired worker off, and they'll get this job done. So second bit of kit. Got this John Deere 6R. Now this again, we're going to have to take this up to the field because it is, well, it's set up to be, it's set up for transport mode. This also requires fertilizer, this tractor. Oh, this setup. I'm kind of hoping we might get away without not having to use fertilizer because fertilizer is expensive and this contract does not call for that. So pallets, let's grab, I think actually we only need one. I think we only need one thing of seeds. Will that refill? Let's see if we can get it close enough. Yeah, refill seeder. There we go. I think we might have to transport some. Oh, wow. Yeah, it really doesn't take much. Let's... oh, I am going to put some... It is going to require fertilizer. So I am going to put some fertilizer in it. Let's just get a standard pallet of fertilizer. Buy that. Yes. Hopefully that will be enough to fill this. On the other side, that is, that's quite difficult for this, for loading that up. We're in a difficult position for it to load up. And the rain stopped, thankfully. Thankfully, not the biggest of showers. Can we get this close enough to fill up? No, I am going to have to bring... Oh, no, there we go. Got it. I thought I was going to have to bring the telehandler down here to get that filled, and it's going to require a couple of these solid fertilizer pallets. So we'll buy a second one of those, and that, of course, has set itself to load up somewhere else. We might be able to send this driving to the field, but we'll have to go and set it up ourselves. There we go. Right, hopefully this is not going to be too bad now. Full 2,000 litres of fertilizer. It's cost us a little bit of money to get started with this, but I think it's going to be worth it because this contract is worth 48,000 and we'll have to see. So bring this to here. We'll select it. We will set a destination. And we are doing field 15 with this. So I think, yeah, we want to get this over to here. Everything should be set up. So with any luck, that can head off now. And we should be able to get it started shortly. And that just leaves us wanting to pick up a couple of mowers. Now, we don't have a particularly big field, so I'm only going to pick up these two mowers, I think. So, yeah, we've got the Sam's KDF 341S. So we'll buy one of those for 14,000. And to go with that, I want the XT390 as well. So we'll buy that too. Okay. And we're going to be using these on this field over here. We're going to buy 36. Includes the cow enclosure as well as some sheds. So we've got some space here to store our cow-specific stuff. So we're going to buy that for 100,000. Leaves us with 29,000, which is great. So let's hook this all up. Oh, the other thing I want is to get this tractor repaired, because it was conking out a lot while we were doing the rolling last time. And this is not going to be cheap repair. 11,000. We are burning through the cash today, which is not great. So we'll hook this back up onto the front. Or we'll hook this up for the first time onto the front. And this should be a nice little setup for us. Yeah, we're going to have to wait until we've completed that seeding contract, I think. Or that planting contract. And before we can actually buy any cows. But before then, we can definitely get ourselves the grass cut and some hay made. And at the very least, we'll then be able to feed the cows some hay. And go from there. We don't have our own bale wrapper, so I think a tedder and a windrow are probably going to be cheaper than a windrower and a bale wrapper. Now there's an entrance to this field up the top corner here, so we will bring ourselves around and into there. Yeah. I'm not sure this field is actually a grass field. Is this a grass field or is this... Oh, it might actually be a grass field. That's good. We don't need a huge amount of grass, so this is quite useful from that point of view. And unfold, in fact, unfold everything. Close the gate behind us, and then... I think our planter might have reached its destination as well. Yep, it has. Perfect. Right. So let's start this up. We'll bring this bit of kit round. I have no idea how long this bit of this job is going to take with this field. This field is absolutely massive. There's a reason why this contract is worth the money it's worth. Lift that up. Fold it. Right, what have we got to seed in here? So we are seeding sorghum in this field. So let's switch over to that in the seeder. And away it goes. And hopefully this is not going to cost us an arm and a leg for this job to get done. Meanwhile, we're gonna start this up. Need to bring up the doing assist. So this is recognized as a field. We could get, if we wanted, a hired worker to do this, but I don't want to because we kind of need to get this cut. You know what? It's April. I'm getting an early cut in to get a nice amount, but I think that we actually probably would want to wait another month to get the most out of this field. I don't think it's fully grown yet, this grass, and with the last update that can hit you hard. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how much we get off this. Hopefully it's a decent amount. If not, we're gonna have to wait 3 months before we do the next cut anyway, and that should give us a nice full cut. I think it might be wise to get a plow out on this field. It's very square in the space, and we're not right up to the edges in a couple of places where it would be better for us to sort of get in there and get sorted. So yeah, I think I might do that. This is not looking to be the best yield off here either. We are currently working through, and yeah, there's not a huge amount of grass coming off here. We just need enough to get ourselves started, which is why I'm cutting this like this today. May, June, July would be our next cut, which might interfere with our harvest. We will see. Get both of that down, get that on. Quite a combination of keys I'm using, or buttons that I'm using with this to get GPS going and everything. It has slightly different actions all the time. Down with that, and all sorts. Good. But yeah, this is working quite well, this setup. I'm pleased with how our mowing is going. My rear mower keeps deactivating for some odd reason. I'm not quite sure why. It's a little bit weird. But every so often, I'm definitely not pressing the button to deactivate it. But it does keep deactivating every so often, which is very strange. I've not had that before, and it's very specific to the setup we've got now. There we go. But otherwise, we're all running very nicely. It's going through. I'm glad I repaired the tractor, otherwise that would have given us some problems today. It's all going well. We're only 5% of the way through that other contract, that seeding contract so far. I'm hoping that we're going to be better than that overall. But yeah, we got 17,000 in the bank. I think we're going to have to go and grab ourselves a small tedder. I think a big tedder is going to be like 16 grand, and as much as I'd like to get the Sams, I don't think we can afford it. Let's go drop the mowers off in our cowshed area, and then we can go from there. Yeah, plan is that we will use this storage area down here for doing stuff with the cows. We could just grab. We could do silage. I don't think we have enough grass for silage at the moment, but we could ultimately do silage. For now, I'm going to put this in here. I'm going to have to find somewhere to store the bales as well, which we might be able to do in this shed. We could move the equipment that we've got here into the other, into some of the storage sheds we've got around here, and do that way, maybe. But now we need to head down to the shop and get something to make some hay from this grass we just cut. I'm finding myself wondering if fertilizing contracts are as profitable in FS25 as they were in FS22. You could do multiples of them in one day, and we do have a well-paying fertilizing contract available to us. We're about to get the money in from the weeding contract. So let's have a look at the tedders here. Yeah, 16,500 for this, which is slightly wider than the 15,500. And then the Alpine hit is half the size. You know what? We've not got a massive field. I think we're going to pick this up. Buy that. Yes. Okay. Right. We'll grab that, and we'll use that. I would like to have had the larger one, but I don't think we're gonna take a huge problem from this. Similarly, we might be okay using just one of those single comb set windrowers to row this up. We've got the time to do it, and that's the thing. It's a time versus money thing, and we can do it, the money wise, we can do it a lot cheaper if we take a little bit more time. Before we get into the haymaking though, I want to just quickly check on this contract. We are at 11% done on this contract. It's not doing the headlands, so that's good news. It is down to 71% on the solid fertilizer and 86% on the sorghum seeds. So yeah, we are going to have to get up to this field with some more fertilizer and some more seeds. That's not a huge problem, but it does mean that this contract is probably only going to make us about £40,000. Now let's get this gate open and get inside. Oh, look at this. This is absolutely cracking. Very pleased with this setup. This little field is perfect for us. Just to get a bit of milk in so that we can start looking at supplying our bakery with some milk. We've got to get some chickens as well. We need to do some eggs. Oh, and look at that. Perfect timing. Contract is complete on the weeding. Right. Is there another large weeding contract? No, it's a tiny weeding contract. And if I try and get that machine on there, that is not going to work. So I think we will complete that. Get the money in. Perfect. And yeah, we've do you know what? I think we might do this. I'm going to borrow the items for that contract. And we'll go and get that set up in a moment. First, we want to get this on the steering assist, start it up, drop it down, and yeah, it'll take no time at all, even with this little pointinger, to get this working. And that is perfect. I don't actually need more than this little tedder to do this. We're already around the headlands. It's taken us about 10 minutes in game, which is absolutely nothing. And we'll have this cleared off. I'm waiting until I've got the tedding done to go and sort out. Oh, we've got headlands. Got headlands still to do. We've got headlands still to do. To go and sort out the fertilizer, because basically it's in a field that is going to be difficult to get to because of gateways and things. So we should have enough time for that to fly around that field today still anyway. And yeah, that'll bring in another 20 odd thousand. I think we might make close to 80,000-90,000 on contracts today, so long as we can keep the seeder going. I mean, the seeder is nearly 20% of the way through the field, so that's good news. We'll have to go and load up the flatbed and the JCB with another. Well, I think we've got seeds at the farm. I don't think we've got fertilizer, so I think we'll have to go and grab fertilizer and get that done. But all in all, things are progressing well. Halfway through the field now, and we're about half an hour since we did those headlands. So yeah, by 2:30 this will be all finished and done and dusted. We can then get the we can go and try and sort out a windrower. We should have enough money for a windrower, which is great. And then we've just got a little bit of we need to sort the fertilizing out, so we'll buy enough fertilizer for not only the contracts that it's going to do, but also for refilling the seeder or the planter. And yeah, that will be probably what we do for the rest of the day. I think what we might do actually is get the windrower on here with a hired worker and go from there. I don't know. I'll see how it goes. The final row of this field, we are all nicely tedded up, and yeah, we need to go and get a windrower, and it's been another half an hour, so perfect. That has fit in wonderfully. Right, time to go put this away, grab ourselves a windrower. I don't think we're going to get many bales off this field. I think we might get 2, maybe 3. It's not going to be many, and really considering demolishing a load of stuff on the side of the yard here to make way for bale storage. We don't need the shed storage. We could possibly put the bales in that shed as well. We might try that first. I mean, this is kind of bale storage stuff around here, but I want easy access for the cow area, and so yeah, I think we might go and do that and get that sorted. There's no fuel in that fuel tank. Right, let's go head back to the shop. We're gonna sort out some fertilizer and get that contract going and get ourselves a windrower. So back down to the shop again, and the Massey is sitting here waiting for us. So I don't think we want to get a massive amount of fertilizer. I think we probably want to get maybe 3 of these big bags. Yeah. So these hold only 1,000 liters. If we get 3 of those, okay. When we return stuff from the contract, it should give us the should give us any money back for stuff we don't use. Right, let's fill this up then. And yeah, get these 3 bags into here. If it costs any more than this to do this, the contract, if it takes more than 3,000 liters of fertilizer, this contract absolutely is not worth doing. The field 29 is right in the corner over here. We've got 3,000 liters of fertilizer. I really hope that's enough. So let's send that off, and that can get going on that contract. Meanwhile, we need to get ourselves a windrower. So let's head in here. And then up here, we've got grasswork stuff, windrowers. And the one that I would really like is really expensive, all things considered. And our alternative is the single row one. I think it's going to have to be this. I'm going to have to go with that. We can't afford 19.5 grand at the moment. And we don't have a massive field either. So yeah, we're gonna go with the coon, and hopefully something will turn up. Oh, do you know what? No, thankfully there's nothing in there. I was fully expecting that to be a thing then, but no, we'll use this and it'll be fine because it's not a massive field. Before I get started with the windrower, I need to make sure that we have enough stuff to keep the seeder going. So we'll get the flatbed out. We've got enough seeds here at the farm. I might load up all my seeds. We've got some fertilizer. I don't think it's a massive amount. Yeah, it's a single pallet, which means it's probably not going to be anywhere near a good amount. Let's grab that pile of seeds. Shouldn't need all these seeds. We've got seeds down the shop that we're going to pick up as well, but I'm going to put them all on the trailer because that means that we will definitely have enough. But it's not the seeds that are going to be the issue, I don't think. I think it's going to be the fertilizer. I think we're going to need way more solid fertilizer than we've got, and way more than we can afford possibly as well. Judging by how much it's used to this point to be a third of the way through, I think we might end up needing another 4 pallets of it. And yeah, that's quite a cost. As I said, I think we're going to make about 40,000 off that contract. On the plus side, this is actually a full pallet of fertilizer. So yeah, we only need to buy 3 more by the looks of things. Right, let's strap that down and we'll head up the shop. We'll get 3 more things of fertilizer and pick up the remaining seeds as well. So down at the shop, yeah, just load up some more supplies quickly. It's already 4:45, so this is very much going to be somewhere where we pick up next time. I think we are not even halfway through that sowing contract, so that is going to need finishing off. We're going to need to row up our hay as well. That is right in front of that. We're going to need to row up the hay. We're going to need to complete the contracts that we've got going on. And I am intrigued as to exactly how much is left with the fertilizing. and how much. In fact, it's nearly 50% of the way through, and it's got just under 50% of the fertilizer left. This might be okay because when it hits the headlands, things accelerate. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed, and maybe there will be enough fertilizer in that to get this job done. But first we need 3 more of these. Buy that. Yes. Okay. We are running very close with our costs here. I'm hoping we can keep things going, because right now that is under 5 grand, and that is not a good level for us to be at. Last one on there, and I think our sowing contract has come to a standstill because it has actually run out of fertilizer. So we want to get this up there and get this sorted, but it is 5:30. So our working day on here is coming to the end, but that's fine. We can pick this up again. We can do a second day in April. It's going a little bit slower in places on here than I'd expected, but yeah, we can do a second day in April. We can get these contracts that we have going at the moment finished, and bring some money in, and hopefully finish off the cows. We'll get the hay windrowed up and baled next time as well, and that should get us started. How many bales do you think we might get off that field? Let us know in the comments, and we'll see if you're right. We're continuing on from where we left off last time. I'm taking the Massey here down to the shop because we need to refill the fertilizer to finish off the contract we were doing. We haven't got a huge amount of money, so I'm hoping we got a little bit of fertilizer down there and might be able to afford a bit. We also still have the seeding contract to go. We've got to refill the fuel on the John Deere before we can get started today as well. So both of those we've got to do today. We also have a whole load of hay that we need to collect up. And I really want to look at getting the cows once we get these 2 contracts complete. So there's a fair amount of work still to do on here today. And once we get this done, we should be a lot better off. But yeah, as you can see, our money is pretty tight at the moment. I think we might have... I thought we might have a little bit of fertilizer left down here, but we don't. So I'm going to need to pop into the shop. We can't actually borrow any money. Let's see what we've got contract-wise down here today. There's a big bale wrapping contract. There's a big stone picking contract. There's a big weeding contract, actually, on field 4. So we're going to borrow the items on that and get that running. But yeah, the sowing contract needs finishing, and this fertilizing contract needs finishing. So let's just go in here. I think we could only grab 1 thing of fertilizer. 1,920. Same amount in both of those. So yes, we are going to have to grab a big bag of this. It is 1,920. So yeah, that is going to max out basically the money we've got. I think our best bet, the thing we can do then is, I don't think there's a huge amount left on this contract. In fact, there isn't. There's 82%. We've only got 129 pounds. So what I'm going to do is just refill this fertilizer here. We'll take this down to the field and we'll finish this contract off ourselves. I'm really hoping that 1,000 liters of fertilizer is gonna be enough to do it. So down to the field, and we're gonna have to have a look at how far this has got. Let's see on here. Growth, soil competition, fertilizing. So yeah, it doesn't look like we have a huge amount left to do, which is very good news. So steering assist on. and get out to this point here. I am actually active. Now let's see if we can see the point on the ground where it cuts. Go onto that, and away we go. Yeah, we'll have this finished in no time. I just hope this is enough fertilizer to get the job done. Half of our fertilizer is gone, but we are at 97%. So I think this is not going to be a problem at all. I think we're going to have about 300 liters left at least. That is brilliant. We should be able to then very quickly complete this contract off this field and get things turned around. I want to get that weeder working almost immediately, and then we can get on with the seeding with the John Deere. That's only at 48%. Right, so we stop this here, and we will head off and complete this contract and get the next one started. So let's get this up to the field. I don't trust the equipment this large to actually get through the gateways. We've had this issue before. So we'll get this up to the field, and then we will complete that other contract. I'm not going to try and take on another fertilizing contract, of course, because we've got to complete the one which gave us the equipment in the first place. But this weeding contract, this should be an absolute breeze to get done. Nothing to refill. We just got to get this very, very large weeder up to the field. So no issues really in getting up here. I'm not so sure about getting through that gateway there. What I'm going to do is there's a gap in the hedge further up here. I think that will be a much better entry point for us with this very big weeder. So right here, we can get into the field, yeah, with no issues. So let's unfold the weeder so that it is in the right place. And we will then set this off on this field. Right, that will get into position. And meanwhile, I'm going to pop over to here. We've got our completed fertilizing contract. We're going to get... we should get a reimbursement, but because we've got a little bit of fertilizer in it, but it's not giving it to me. So we will collect that. Yes. And then I want to see if there's any more weeding contracts that are worth anything. Not really. It's all stone picking and bale wrapping. What I am going to do is I've got my New Holland here. While we're mucking about, this can actually be going around and doing this field. So let's see if it will actually get this cut. Don't know what it looks like. No preview. Well, hopefully it will get everything. We'll see how it goes. And that means we can fill up this, the John Deere 6R. So let's refill that with diesel. I've just realized we've got a whole load of stuff up at the field with JCB. I kind of wonder if there was enough fertilizer there to do that. We spent a huge amount of money getting fertilizer and seed last time and getting it all up there for the seeding. So yeah, I do kind of wonder, is the fertilizer that I wanted for the other field actually on that trailer? I kind of want to buy field 10 here because we've got a really nice bit of meadow that would serve absolutely fantastically for our cows for making grass. So we might have a look at that and see if we can raise the money for that. I don't think it's overly cheap is the trouble. But certainly that's probably the next one on my radar. Field 11 here is a really good field as well. I like that field. And then, yeah, you get big ones like 12. And why do we have a... I might have to come and pick that up. Somehow, I've left a pile of seeds down by that field there, by field 12. So we'll go and pick that up in a bit. Up here, the JCB is waiting for us with a load of seeds and a load of fertilizer. So let's hook this back up. We can get a hired worker going on this and completing this. So I want to refill the seeds. I will open up that and we will refill the fertilizer as well. Yeah, there's a ton of solid fertilizer here. And that has filled that all up. Close that. Right, and then we want to keep this going on the sorghum on this field. So if I hit that, and yeah, that is heading off to go and get the field done. Why is it? Looks like it's completing that first row, and then hopefully it'll head off and continue doing where it was doing. Oh, and this is doing a fantastic job. That's really awesome. So what I want to do, actually, I think is we want to come back and let's go get the baler onto the David Brown, and then we can start baling up these rows behind the New Holland. I'm going to drop off the couple of bales I have in this baler here. There is a bit of straw still in here. Go on, drop out the back. There we go. But that should, well, that'll mix in. I don't think I can. Yeah, well, I've tried unloading incomplete bales, and I don't think that bale is completed. Oh no, it has. Okay, we'll have to clear that up later then. That'll just fall off the back there. Right, that gets all the straw out, and I've got that nice incomplete bale way away from the other two. And then we'll bring round here. And yeah, look, our New Holland has done the headlands, so we can now start getting this field baled up, which is really useful. I'm tempted to do... Oh, if I could get that larger field, I'm really tempted to do the... forage. To get a forage wagon and do that. I think that would work well. Not got a single bale out of this field yet. That's a little bit disturbing. Or have we got a single bale? Actually, we might have one bale. I think that's one bale out of here so far. With a second on the way. I didn't restart the bale counter, so I'm not 100% sure, but certainly feels like we're not going to get a lot. We do need more grass then. We need more grass area if we're going to do our cows properly. This is doing all right. We are we're working our way through here, and as a result, we are doing okay. We should have enough at least to get us started. We're not going to start with that many cows. What I do have to do is wait here for this to row up another row. So this is being really efficient. We'll turn this off because I'm going to get a couple of rows ahead. But we're being really efficient. We should have this done today, and that's fantastic news. I think I cut this a month early. We're not getting a huge amount off here. We've got just 2 bales in the back. And then I think we might finish off the 3rd bale we've got on here. We're only 50% of a bale. So I think we'll get 3 hay bales off this. That is not a lot. That might be enough to get our cows started. But we are going to have to find a way to get a lot more grass. Looking at the farmland map, if I want to buy 10, we need 500,000. Ow. 21 down there is only 52,000 though. So we could, I mean, there's a lot more meadow there, but we could buy 21 and do that. I don't know. We need a lot more. We could do with a lot more grass. And at the moment, yeah, we're severely lacking it. The alternative is to seed some grass onto our main large field and do it that way. But yeah, we've also got to find somewhere to put in greenhouses. I think this field here is gonna end up getting converted into some other stuff. It's a nice little meadowy area, but it does kind of lack a huge amount of use to us. I need to put greenhouses somewhere. I need to put the chickens somewhere. This very much is feeling like a small holding area for us at the moment, and that's good. I mean, that would be very, very useful. And it looks like our windrower has finished its task, and we are going to end up with 3 full bales and a bit on here. So I'm just going to move this out of the way, pull that all up. And yeah, we're looking good. I think that gives us, well, that gives us 3 bales to get started with. 3 bales and a bit to get started with. So we can at least feed the cows at this point. It's not going to go very far, and they're not going to produce their best milk on just this. Maybe we could buy some silage bales along with something to mix them with. And oh, we got straw bales as well, so we can mix straw bales in. Yeah, we want to go and grab something, I think, to do silage with, or to do TMR with. And we haven't got any silage bales at the moment, so we might have to buy a couple of silage bales in. But we could buy a couple of silage bales. We've got the straw to mix in, and we've got the hay to mix in. So let's do that. We'll minimize the number of silage bales we buy, maximize the amount of TMR we can mix with this, and go from there. That is just, go on, all off the back, please. Might have to get the oh no, there it goes. Good. Right. Yeah, I think we might want to look into getting some cows at this point then. So while we're waiting for our contracts to complete and give us a little bit more money to do what we want to do today, I'm just going to do a little bit of cleaning up. Get these, I don't know why these seeds flew off, but we can get them up and back up onto the trailer. That should do us fine. We can then take this back to the farm, I think, and go and clean up those bales. I've seen plenty of farms now using pallet forks here to move bales about. That I'm not too worried actually about buying any bale spikes. I think our pallet forks will be absolutely fine for doing that. Yeah, I've seen more than one video on YouTube and on TikTok and places just sort of using bales to, or using pallet forks on bales without issue. I think down. Yeah, and back that out. I'm hoping that both these contracts should finish today. The sowing is already done 20%. Today. They'll probably go into the evening, that one, whereas the weeding contract, I fully expect that to finish today. That is over halfway through in just under half the time, so that should be absolutely fine. I'm not expecting to store the bales that we've got very long, so we're gonna just come into here and pick the ones that we got on this field up. I want to leave this field, give it a bit more time to grow next time, and then we'll go from there. So low with the bale. Yeah, nice, good hay bale for us. This will get the cows going. Down with this. So the plan here is very much to make cakes We can... Does our mill make sugar? I think our mill might make sugar. Let's have a quick look. A windmill. Yeah, we can make sugar from sugar beet or anything else here. So, yeah, we want to do some sugar beet. Deactivate that because that is all done. We want to do sugar beet and some of that. We got plenty of stuff to put through. And then the bakery at the moment should be making bread. No, it's not at the moment. So we want to actually activate. Do I want to activate that? Oh, we got a lot of flour. I think we'll. I think I'll have a think about that. We're making more money from contracts at the moment than we are from selling our stuff because we're basically saving all of our stuff to go. Whoa, and do and to make cakes with. That's annoying. Got to clear that up now and get that back on top. It's a really annoying angle. Go down. Yeah. Bumpy road and careless driving do not mix. Need to be more careful coming off here with this. And this is why a bale spike might be a better choice. There's actually space in the shed here to store these if I can get it past the feeding target. Yeah, we're good. Right, we'll store them in the back here then. Plenty of space to store our bales. And we'll be very, very close. And it'll be really easy to get the feeding wagon sorted and get them fed. Oh, I managed to drop off some of the hay into the feed. That was annoying. Yeah, if I'm bringing in here, I've got to be really careful because it will drop in there. Thankfully, that was the small bale and not any of the full ones. So next week sees the release of Precision Farming, I believe. We're expecting it to be available fairly soon. Do you want me to add Precision Farming to this series? I'll see if I can add a soil map. Of course, this map did have a soil map in the previous version of Farming Simulator, Farming Simulator 22. So might be able to import the soil map from that, I'm hoping. But yeah, would you guys like to see this series have that added to it? And we could do precision farming on here. We will be heading towards a harvest, so adding it straight after harvest I think would work and allow us to then do our fields post harvest and get everything properly scanned. That looks like that's gonna fall off the end. Wow, what happened there? That is not great. But yes, do you think we should put precision farming on here? Would you like to see me do sort of the back half or back 2/3 of this series with precision farming on? I think it might be quite cool. I think it'd be good fun. And I do love precision farming, so I have no qualms about adding it onto this series. If I can get it to work. I think we've got another downside to using the pallet forks to do this job. Oh, well, that's one way of getting this transported. I'm going to put these straw bales in this shed here. Stack them in here. Like, I think this is somewhere where bales tend to get stacked in real life here anyway. And yeah, definitely the pallet forks do not like 3 bales on them. And we can head up the top here, and these are all pretty much done, I think. Let's, will that? Yeah, that will drop that down. We will get those strapped down as well. We'll see how much further the John Deere has to go. So this is down to 14% fertilizer. It's not looking great on fuel. It's actually not too bad on fuel. Hopefully it'll go for a little while yet. And do you know what? I am going to preempt that. I think we'll go and get the fuel browser and bring it up here, so that when this tractor runs out of both fuel and solid fertilizer, we'll be able to fill it up and keep it going. Because yeah, we really do want this tractor to get this job done today. It is a really decent amount of cash we're going to get off this field being sown. Let's back this up and hook it up to the fuel bowser and repair kit here. There we go. We have no diesel in it at the moment, so we need to go and purchase some of that, or not purchase some of that, just refill this, which won't be too hard. I don't know how much diesel we still have in the tank. If I put it there, that should, yeah, it's gonna fill that. While I've got some cash, let's buy some more diesel, and I think we'll get another 5,000 litres. Put 1,000 litres into here then, and let's head up to the field. The 1,000 litres will be more than enough to keep that tractor going, and could be hopefully enough to keep anything going. Almost out of fertilizer, almost out of fuel. So we're going to take this tractor over to the over to our refill point and get this all filled up. Looks like we're not massively away from the end of the field, thankfully. I think this will need to work into the evening, which is not a huge problem. We can leave this going. If we fill it up with fuel and fertilizer now, that should be plenty of time for this to get finished. So I'm quite happy. This is doing really, really well. So we should get, I think is it 40,000 for this? And we've not spent anywhere near that much in fuel or fertilizer or seeds, so we're good from that point of view. But of course, this is not anywhere near as profitable as the herbicide, not the herbicide, the weeding contract that we've currently got going on as well. So let's do that and refill both seeds and fertilizer. There we go. We'll put all the fertilizer into this. Why not? There we are. Right. Then over here, we can turn on the pump. That, and that should be there. Bring this up. And refuel the tractor as well. Perfect. And with that refueled, we can turn it off. Start this up. And then we can send it on its way, finishing this field off. And in fact, I don't think I need either the Land Rover or the JCB up here anymore. I think both of those can now go back to the farm. So we'll leave that doing. And we'll take these back. I think we'll park this up back in here. Now that we've got back to the yard. And it looks like the other contract has completed. So just going to go and do that and get the money in for that. And then we can look at next time making more cash, hopefully getting the cows in and going from there. I think this is something we can just clear up with that in a bit. So I'm just going to turn this off and I'll clear this up and get these get those seeds away before next time. And then this tractor has finished, so fold that up. Oh, we need to start it up first. Fold that up. And yeah, that is that contract done. So 37,912 for that weeding contract. That is fantastic money in the bank from that. And yeah, this one here is 84% complete. So that should finish up overnight. And in fact, we'll end up with 100,000 in the bank again. I think we're all done over for the evening here otherwise, though. So I'm just going to shut this shed up here. We have completed the contract that we were doing for the sorghum. So we've got the John Deere 6R here back to the farm. We need to unload the 807 litres of solid fertilizer and 513 litres of seeds. So let's get those unloaded. And then we can complete this contract. This is going to give us quite a lot of money. It's going to give us £47,633. Fantastic. So we will collect that. Okay, and that is that done. So we need to put all of these seeds and that fertilizer away. I don't really have a good storage shed for that stuff at the moment. Maybe we can put one in down the side here in a bit. But yeah, we need to get them put away today. I want to continue on with the cows today as well. We want to see if we can get those. And then I've had a thought on fields, what we might be able to do. So I was having a look around, and I'd love to get field 10 with its big meadow down the bottom. But that is way out of our price range at the moment. And then I stumbled on field 38. Now, in the previous version of Oakfield, or Oakbridge, this was a sheep field. It's not so in this version. So I think we might buy that. I don't think it's a sheep field, at least. But I think we might buy that today if we get the money. It's only 117,000, did I read? Yeah, 117,000. So another couple of contracts should sort that. So to that end, we'll head down here to the shop and we'll see if we can pick up some contracts for today. Couple of good options. I think we've got a massive weeding contract on 28, and then we can go on to 9 with that as well. I was hoping for a good hoeing contract, but there's only a 11,000 on there. There is a massive bale wrapping contract still going. We know that will take us all day for that, though. And there's a stone picking contract on field 6. I might pick that up as well, actually, because we've got a slightly better way of doing that. So yeah, let's get this weeding contract going. We'll borrow the items for that. And I am also going to pick up the second weeding contract. So we will just accept that. We might get that one done first, actually. It's right beside us here. So let's go grab that. I should really have got the equipment on the smaller one. But yeah, it's okay. It's the same equipment. We're fine. It's the same cost. It would have been slightly better to get it on the smaller contract. That way we're not waiting for the bigger, well, waiting to get the money from the bigger contract. But that's okay. Take this very large weeder out of here. It's good to know that we can actually get this weeder around this map. It's got big fields, but they're not the easiest fields to actually get or not the easiest fields to get large equipment to. These roads are quite small. Right, and we're coming in here, and oh, look at that field 6 where we're going to be doing the stone picking. That could really do with a good weeding as well. Bring this really far into this field, and then we'll start that off, and we'll head back down to the shop, and we want to get that stone picking contract. So I'm wondering if the stones will go in the same way as they did last time. We will see. Let's borrow the items for that then. Okay, and that's on field 6. So these two fields should be fairly easy to manage together. We should make a decent amount of money off the stones as well. And I'll go and grab one of my tractors to actually empty the stone picker. Now, the mistake I got told that we made last time was that I don't need to bring the stone picker back in order to get it emptied. we can just get it doing it on the side of the field, just drive up to the back of it and get it done. So that's what we're going to do today. We'll get one of our 2 tractors. We'll probably get the David Brown on that trailer, and then we can just drive around the field and collect the stones from the back of this. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be as lucky as we were with the last stone picking contract. I think we're actually going to have to pick all these stones up. Not the end of the world. And hopefully, with the amount of time we've got, we should be fine. So let's get this going on field 6 here. We'll leave that going all on its own, and hopefully that should just do it fine. Yep, away that goes. And then we'll bring this into here and hook up David Brown onto the trailer, and we'll just sit this at the side of the field. I don't have a huge amount of fuel in this tractor, so I'm just hoping that we're going to be okay. Otherwise, I'll have to bring my my field trailer down and do it, or we can just head back to the farm between unloading and getting that done. But yeah, it's not a huge amount of fuel, so I don't want to just leave this running all the time. So we'll leave this here for now, and when we get a full stone picker, we can go and empty it. And that brings us back to the farm, and the telehandler here, which is not starting for some reason. Try that again. There we go. Don't know what was causing that then. That was a little bit weird. So I need to find somewhere to store these seeds. We do have like big piles of storage and stuff in the main shed. So I think we might have to put that in there with us. We could do with some sort of small storage shed or something like that. Some sort of, well, maybe a pallet shed or something like that. At the moment, we're not too bad. Oh, we want to switch our wheels. We're no longer on the road, and we need the maneuverability. And there is, yeah, we've got a whole load of stacks of stuff at the back here. It's pity all this stuff isn't stuff the farm comes with. That would be quite nice. But we can stack this stuff here at the back like that. I'm completely at the wrong angle on this. Right, there we go. Big storage shed, big main shed. Pretty good for us. I probably want to move the T7 out the way because it is massively in the way where it's parked at the moment. So precision farming should be out as of this video's general release. I very much think I'm gonna get it onto here and we'll use it on this map if I can get the soil map installed on the map. So this is my personal edit of Oakbridge anyway. So I think adding that in should be pretty good, and be an interesting movement for this series. We're up to episode, I think this is episode 14, maybe 15. So we're about just under halfway through this series, and I think yeah, moving over to precision farming for the last half would be great. I might even do a demonstration on how to add a soil map onto a map if you want to play one and you want to add a soil map in. Now, once I've worked out how to do it with this one, I don't think it's too hard to do. So I'm gonna have a look and see how easily we can get it in on here, and then I'll be able to demonstrate to you guys how to do it, hopefully. Last pallet, and I want to put it next to the others, so I'm just gonna move this tractor out of the way. Put the T7 in a good spot. There we are. Oh, perfect spot. Yeah, we want to... I think we're going to have to move where we park our equipment. Either that, or I think the combine could possibly do with moving as well. I don't think the combine will fit in this shed, is the trouble. But it could go where the case is if it does. Let's see. And put that down there. Because I need a little bit more equipment, room for equipment outside. So it would be very useful to get the combine out the way into here. Let's bring this back. I'm going to park this in front of the T7 for now. Like that. Turn that off. And I can move... Yeah, I'm going to move this tractor out of the way. And we'll see if we can get the combine in here. If I can get the combine in here, I'm not sure... You know what? I'm not sure about that. I think this quad track over this side actually is a good place for it. I think the combine, we want a straight shot, really, in and out of here so it can go in that corner. It looks like it should have two giant doors at that end, which would be very useful on this shed. But, nope, that appears to not be the way that this is to be done. So I'm going to park this over here, and I'm going to move the T7 pretty much back to where it was. Not in the way over there. In fact, yeah, tractors can go over this corner here. Not in the way. And easily accessible. There we go, like this. Nicely out of the way in this corner. Yes, we've got the David Brown to fit in here. But otherwise, we're all good. No, we're going to bring the combine round, see if we can get that in this shed as well, and then we should be nicely sorted out. This is going to be one hell of a squeeze. Getting it close on the left. Oh, that actually fits in there completely fine. Bigger combine and we might have trouble. But that will sit there nicely, and let's give it a straight shot out of here. Perfect. This barn is huge. I need to use that a little bit more effectively. But what that does do now is free us up some space over here to put things like our flatbed and bits like that. So that is perfect. Checking in on our stone picker. That seems to be on its second headland. And it is 79% full. So that actually is making really good progress. It's 6% done so far, so it's not that fast. The weeding contract's going to need working first, but yeah, that's pretty good. And this weeder is coming up to 95%, so that's going to be finished before the end of this row. We'll just follow that a little bit further then, and this will then transfer over to the other field. We'll get the money in for this. And then we need to look at, I think, probably getting some chickens. We're going to need eggs for what we're looking to do. And also, there's contract finished. We'll let it just get rid of the last few weeds around here. And then there's a great demand at the debris crusher. Let's turn off the hired worker for this. This field is done. Right. Yeah, there's a great demand at the debris crusher, which is perfect. We couldn't have asked for a better day to have a great demand for stones when we're doing a giant stone picking contract. That has worked very, very much in our favor. I don't know how big of a great demand it is. Let's have a look. We don't have an indication of stones yet, so let's see. I reckon it's going to be down there. £100. That's actually really, really good. That's better than best price, which is exactly what you want for a great demand. Sometimes great demand falls down below best price. No, we actually have a great demand that is above best price. which is fantastic news. That gives full on the stone picker, so we're gonna just pull this up behind and hope this empties. Should do. There we go. Yeah, just like a combine. Empty that out there. Gives us 2,000 litres, so that's a whopping 200 pounds when we sell this. And yeah, I think we want to be back around the other side of the field, judging on where that ended up. And then with those stones collected, we can head up to here. Oh, and slightly the wrong field. I thought it was the far field. It's not. It's actually this field here. Just pull in and yeah, this can then get started on here. It'll take a little bit longer to get this field done. But it shouldn't have an issue. Am I going to avoid the tree? Yes. Okay. That is looking good. So that can get off on this field and we'll get back up to the farm. So having sorted out all my contracts now, I want to start looking at where we can put in animals and beyond just the cows. And I was considering there's that little patch there of putting stuff in. But to be honest, we have this field here. This field is fairly flat. It's not doing much. I think we could put in a few bits of chicken, a few chicken pens and things in here. Maybe some greenhouses, especially if we were to buy field 38. That's going to provide all the grass we're going to need. So field 36 here suddenly becomes a very much more useful field to us as other things. So I want to start by putting in some chickens. And we've got a fair amount of choice here. We've got actually this hutch or this shed here would do quite well. That's an internal one. This is an external one. Trying to see where. Yeah, I want one with a good pen around it. Oh, this is 79,000 for this one. So we could do this one here. That has openings and everything there. That would fit along the back here very nicely. This holds 360 chickens. So would work brilliantly for us. And the feed is down the side there. Yeah, okay. So I could very easily put this here. Overlaps with another object. 79,000 is quite a lot for a chicken pen, is my only worry. 30,000 would be much better for us, as would 25. I think that is not really free range stuff. Alternatively, we can do 20 chickens. So that only does 20 chickens for 25,000. That only does 20 chickens. That does 300. I think I would like my chickens to be a little bit more open. So what I'm going to do is I think we will have a few of these. So that would be 100. Sorry, that'd be 20, 40, 60. Can I get it not overlapping? 60. Oh, I'm not going to fit. So we'll fit another one there then. If I can get it to not overlap. Yeah. 20, 40, 60, 80. And yeah, we could do them all the way along this area here. Like that. And then can I fit 2 more in here? No, I think it'll just be 1 more. Like that. Okay. So that's 6 chicken pens. So that's for 30,000. That's 120 chickens we can do across these. And I think the best way to do this is to open this up, and we'll take some 6-month-olds. Most we can put in here is 20. So I'm going to start with 5 in each. because I think our chicken numbers will just increase massively once they start breeding. And 5 in each one is only £55. So yeah, that's going to work out really well for us. So that is 5 chickens in each coop. Now, big question I've got is, how much food do we have for them? And we should be able to tell that in here. Do we have any? No, we do not have anything to feed the chickens here. Do we have? Well, what we're growing oats this year, which is not great. So yeah, I need to go up to the shop, and we're gonna need to go and buy a whole load of chicken feed. So I think I want to get at least 6 bags of chicken feed. We might take it as high as 12 bags, depending on how much cost is gonna be. We're not doing wheat ourselves on the farm this year, so it's we're doing oats for oat flour instead. Now, if I can get a wheat harvesting contract this year, we should be able to get enough feed to do our chickens for a while. Let's see what we got here. Consumables for animals. We've got, yeah, I think the big bags are probably going to be my better bet. I think they're going to be easier for me to handle. So 6 big bags are going to cost me 9,000 in total. Okay, so we'll buy that. Yes. Okay, and then we'll buy a second set. That's 18,000 to feed the chickens. We will jump back in this and drop the trailer off. Should be more than enough chicken feed. And our ACB should be easily able to handle all of this. Might be able to take 4 bags at a time even. So this would only be 3 loads. Oh, slowly and up. Oh no, can I get 4 bags? Yes, just need to push them on a little bit to do it. Go nice and slow, steady as she goes. Get a good even distribution. Back a little bit. Got an arc when it lowers. And off. There we are. That's the first 4. Second 4. Yeah, should have bought it as a batch of 8 and a batch of 4. Just was trying to work out how much it was going to be for each set. So basically we're going to put in one of these big bags in each and then store the rest. It may be that we find that they'll take 2 big bags each. And forward and on. There we go. Nice and simple. 12 bags of chicken feed. 18,000. Definitely don't get 18,000 for when we sell wheat, which is why it's worth us getting some wheat off a contract. I think we would be able to get, well, this is 18,000. Is this 30? This is not 2,000 liters a bag, I think. So it's not 18,000 for 2,000 liters, or 18,000 for 18,000 liters. It's 18,000 for 36,000 liters, I think. Look how big one of these are. Let's have a quick look. That is, oh no, it is only 1,000 liters. So it is, sorry, 18,000 for 12,000 liters. It really is. Wow. That is not cheap at all. Yeah, there's no way that we get paid that much for wheat, which is why it's always worth growing your own to feed the chickens. Even better, apparently, is sorghum. Sorghum really turbocharges the egg production, apparently. So it's not something I've tested, but I have had people tell me, you want to feed your chickens with sorghum, it goes a lot further. The fun part is going to be trying to get into this field with this trailer from this direction. Oh, actually, we can use our own driveway. Yes, it's a complete 180 with a very long dolly trailer. We might still make it. Oh, round. There we are, nice and clear. Down to the other end. Right, now we should be able to get some feed into each of our chicken pens. Let's undo this, and we'll take it one bag at a time. I want to see how full each of these pens get. Actually, I only need the first 6, so there we go. Right. Grab me a bag of chicken feed. Then, like, oh, come on. There we go. There we are. There we are. I think we put a whole load of wheat into the mill at the beginning of this year, or at least a whole load of chicken feed into the mill at the beginning of this year. I hope it turns into something more expensive than this wheat, because man, oh wow, how much did that chicken pen take? That wasn't that much. Which one did we fill? The last one, 750 liters. Oh wow, this chicken feed is gonna go further than I expected, which is fantastic news. Yeah, we can have this go a lot further. 750 liters a pen is great. We're just going to have to fill up a little bit more often. It also means that I can do 2 bags at once and not worry about running out. We've got, so this half of this bag, 500 liters from this bag will go into here. So that leaves 250 liters in here. This then will go into the next one. And from that beep, our telehandler is going to need refilling as well. 2 bags at a time seems to be a really good way to do this. Although I think this last one is going to be a little bit low on the final amount. Yeah, that's 1 out, and that is 2 out. Yeah, I think that's going to be maybe 250 short. Let's have a look. So full capacity, full capacity, full capacity, full capacity, full capacity, and a long way down. Yeah, we need 1 more for 500 liters. But that's not too bad then. We could have got away with 5 of each and still had a little bit left over. Either way, I'm happy with that. That's gone pretty brilliantly. And yeah, that's a lot of chickens that should now start producing eggs. We've got 30 chickens in here that will also start breeding as well, and chickens breed pretty quickly. I think one of the tricks with chickens is to make sure that you are that you're dealing with them and selling off chickens on a fairly regular basis. With 5 chickens, we should be able to breed fairly quickly. So we'll get that, or with 5 chickens in each pen, we should be able to breed fairly quickly and get a decent number of eggs out. So we'll see what happens with that. We'll have a lot of eggs all at once. The rest of this, though, this can all go in the cow shed and be stored for when we need to feed them later. And if we do 2 bags at a time, we'll do pretty well with this. And our chickens will be fed for quite a while. I almost feel like this cow shed is designed to be used as somewhere to store equipment as well. So park your tractors and things here if you've got this farm. There are some sheds down the other side as well. There's definitely a smaller yard than the main yard around here. Now that we've cleared space in this shed, let's see if we can get the flatbed into there. It's going to be a fun swing around. But yeah, there we are. And with the dolly trailer on this, I mean, it's going to not be too difficult to get a nice straight setup. We're more maneuverable with the JCB, so we can position these front wheels a lot better because of that. And as a result, it makes it much easier to back this up. We're doing much steeper angles, and you can see nicely parked in the shed and out the way. Done. Yeah, having the combine in the shed, much better choice. It's going to ease things a lot more. Right, so with that done, there's not really a whole lot more we can do today on the main part of the farm. We've just got to really get these contracts knocked out. And I think the weeding contract will knock out fairly quickly at this point. We want to collect on the other contracts. So this one here, yeah, this has no leasing costs, so that should be fine. We can collect that for 8,900. So we've still got 45,000 on that. That'll be fine. And then this stone contract is going to take us a while. Anything else kicking around? Big fertilizing contract. Nope. Otherwise, yeah, it's just this big fertilizing contract. That on field 4, though, I think that is going to cost an absolute fortune to do. Stone picker's getting fairly full, and we should get one more load off it today. I think it's at like 97, 98%, so it's going to stop any moment. And we can then just pull behind it. In fact, there we go. So we'll just pull behind this here and empty this out. The weeding contract should finish fairly soon as well. Yeah, we need to be in a position than that. Let's go back right up to the back of it. There it goes. Oh, no, not quite. Wow. Had to be really close to it. Right. Back that up there. Without hitting the stone collector. Am I really that far away from it? I really am that far away from it. Right, let's do this from outside here. Let's bring it right up beside it. Like that. Nearly whack our wing mirror. And that empties it out. So this puts us up to about 49% full. So that will continue on into the evening. We should get 3 more loads of stones into this trailer before we go and tip it, which should be fairly good. I might actually go and tip this now, see if we can take advantage of the full the full bonus in the debris crusher at the moment, and get a little bit of extra cash for that in. The weeder in field 28 is not far from finishing as well. That's on the headlands, so that will be finished by next time too. And we should end up with enough money to be able to go and buy that field, and in which case we should be able to then get some silage done with any luck. I'm refilling the David Brown here because we're getting back out on the stones. It's taking a little while, but we're full. So let's start this up. So our stone picker is still going for our contract. We're a third of the way through it. So hopefully we can get that finished today. We've got another contract here that's finished with the weeding. So we're just going to check that weeder isn't needed somewhere else, and then we will complete that. And we'll see what other contracts we've got kicking around for today. We're almost in a position where we can get some cows in, which would be great news. But I still want to pick up that field. I think field 38, we really could do with another grass field after our pitiful showing in the number of bales that we created recently. we need a much bigger grass field. And that way you can use 36 to extend the farm and do other bits and pieces. Maybe put some more animals in there and basically group our animals quite well. So we'll do that, and we'll keep going that way. I think I may have missed my turning for the field there. I think there's another entrance down the bottom here. Our stone picker, I think, is pretty much full as well. So we want to head in and pretty much immediately empty that. But it's going to be more of a clear update today on the farm, getting things sorted. First thing I do want to talk to you outside of this, though, is that Precision Farming, of course, has been released for Farming Simulator 25. And I want to get that onto there. First, I need to install a soil map on my edit of Oakbridge. So hopefully I'll get that done before the next episode. And then we can get Precision Farming going on here. Just going to wait for that to get full because it's still going at the moment. So in the meantime, let's have a look at the available contracts that have come up today. There is a fertilizing contract that's worth a lot of money. There's a hoeing contract that was worth a lot of money. Oh, and there is a large weeding contract on field 30. So we will accept that contract. Like so. And then we'll grab this bit of kit and we'll take that up there and yeah, get a little bit more use out of this before we return this contract. And that is worth quite a bit of money. I'm kind of glad that this is still kicking around. This is why I hold on to bits of kit like this when we finish contracts. After we finish, after we've done our video for the day. Oh God, this is so wide. That way, if we have a need for it the following day, we can actually use it. Although, wow, this only just fits down there. In fact, no, it doesn't. So field 30 is just up here on the right. Bring this around and into here. Yep. And then set it off. I think we got enough space. Yeah, we should be all right there. So that will head off and get that field done now. Meanwhile, our stone picker is actually full. So we'll go and fill up the David Brown here. And get this, well, yeah, get the, fill up the trailer here and get this emptied. I don't think it will take more than maybe one load off this. So, there we go. Oh, no, sorry, it'll take several loads off this. It'll take 4 or 5, I think. So it won't be much that we have to do with Brandon. That looks like it's not tipping into it, but it is. So 2,000 litres off of there. We can leave this going and we'll just park this at the edge of the field and wait for that to load up again. So for field 38, we're going to need 117,000. We have only 47,000. The contracts that are currently running, we've got 50,000 between those two, and we've got this completed one for 45,000. So once we get all these complete, we are going to have enough money to buy that field, which is great news. And in the shop today, yeah, we've got this Strandstar Eagle 2 for 27,000. That actually would be really good. I'm not sure that fits too well on this map. With a day cab and if we did a tandem short, what different size setups? Yeah, there we go. Design color. We could give it a slightly different color, so something like the black there. Wow, that's an extra 5,000 to go. Anything other than the standard beige is 5,000. Wow. And I don't need any additional lights, I think. Yeah, have a very plain setup on this. would just be 26,000. I'm tempted. We'll see if it's still there later. Something we do need to do is give another stage of fertilization to our field. And if we're looking to move forwards, oh, wow, yeah, we do need to do this now. So we need to probably get some care wheels on the T7 here. Do we have anything that we can spread fertilizer with? Do I actually have a fertilizer spreader or a sprayer? I don't. So rather than actually the Transstar, what we might need to do is pick ourselves up a spreader or a sprayer of some description. Yeah. So let's head up to the shop and see what we can get. We'll need to put some care wheels onto the T7 and get that going. I had an alert that this tractor was having trouble, and yeah, it is, because there's a pile of seed in this field. Where has this come from? Did I leave a bag of a big bag in this field? Right, so I had to come up here and get this moved as well. I saw this from a distance when I first put this out on here, or when I first put this weeder out a minute ago, and thought that, yeah, this is going to be a fairly... I thought it was just an anomaly, just something weird just sitting out there. I didn't realize it was actually a big bag of seeds. Did I even seed this field? This is the thing. I'm not sure I did, so I don't know where this big bag of seeds has come from. It's very, very odd that it's sitting there. But we'll get this back up to farm. It's kind of delayed us a little bit as a result, and we have got rain on the way, so I'm really hoping I can get my sprayer out, or a sprayer out, and get this field done. That little detour done, we can head down here to the shop and see exactly what we can pick up. Now, with the fact that we're going to be putting precision farming on here soon, I don't actually want to buy a sprayer today, so we'll have to see exactly what we can get and how much it costs to lease anything. If we get something fairly wide, it should do it before we spend too much on it. So let's have a look at what we've got in here in sprayers. We have got, yeah, we've got a couple of options here. The Amazon might be a good choice, actually. 79,000. Let's see. We can go 30 meters on this with narrow tires. No trailer hitch on the back, which is interesting. You put a trailer hitch on the back. Yeah, I think we'll go with this. This should do the trick for us. So let's get a number plate. Congratulations to Peter Turner. You have been selected at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members. And so we're going for PTER, with the 4 doing a lot of heavy lifting there. TNR on your number plate. Thank you for your support. And with that on there, we can now lease this for 4,105 per hour is going to be 1,690. So yeah, this could be fairly expensive if we don't get through this field fast. Let's just put some care wheels on the T7 while we're up here as well. So like this, and wow, replace tire. Are my tires that bad? No, the tires aren't that bad. We have got the new tire mod on here. That is fairly expensive. We want to customize this though, and we are going to put, have we got narrows? Narrow tires, there we go, and we will customize that for 1,000. Yes, okay. Yeah, all that mud on the tires in there, and they're not that. The tractor isn't that dirty. Amazingly, it's appearing in there really dirty, and it's not actually that dirty. Right, back this up. There we go. Right, every hour we use this, it is going to cost us. So the quicker we can get through this field, the better. Stone picker is full again though, so let's just pull this up over here and empty out that again. The more we can keep this moving, the more likely we are to actually get this done today and not have to have it running well into the evening. That is done. Let's get out of the way over here and keep that going. And so we'll get this into the yard here. And the reason I didn't pick up any fertilizer when we were out at the shop is because I want to use these. So if I come up to here, I can refill silo with liquid fertilizer. I want to put in, oh wow, 10,000 liters. Yeah, yes, not cheap, but that should give us enough. Okay, turn off course plate and refill that. No. Oh, and here comes the rain. Is this going to be a short shower, or is this going to be lasting most of the rest of today? That's very, very annoying. Also, why won't that refill? That's odd. Open cover. Let's try that. There we go. Now we can refill the sprayer. And okay. Perfect. And with that refilled, we can now go and spray this field. Although spraying in the rain, not massively realistic. There's not much I can do about it today. Okay, we'll set this. This will keep our tractor nice and clean. Get everything lined up. Nice big width on this sprayer. And we're gonna hit our first hour of use on this soon, which is crazy. But then we are running it 10 times. So turn it on. And away we go. Despite the rain coming down, it is quite bright today. This is what I would currently class as our light rain. The crop is going well. We have only used about 10% of what we have in the fertilizer tank, which is fantastic news. And yeah, we're going around the edge of the field without too much issue. This T7 is perfect for this job. Can't believe that this is basically my small tractor on the farm, and even this is over 200 horsepower. But it's looking good on front of this Amazon spreader, so that is working out pretty well, to be honest. Coming to the end of the headland, and we have used about 20% of the fertilizer, 20% of the spray, 20% of the fertilizer that is in our sprayer, and that actually bodes pretty well for us getting all of this field done with this. Let's see if we get charged for this hour, or for this second hour that we've had the sprayer. Apparently not. No. So it must be real-time hours that this that works for. That's good news. That's very good news. Otherwise, with what we have on here, this would be a very expensive way of doing things. We're looking at about 3% a row on this, so that is going to easily cover this whole field. I don't think there's any way that that could end up being a problem for that. We have gone down to 24,732, so it is charging us per work hour, but work hour is while we are actually spraying, not while we're just dragging this around. So that's good news. It means that we didn't end up spending money or costing a lot of money just driving up here. Contract is finished for the weeder, which is good news. If there's not another weeding contract, there isn't. We can probably complete both of those now and bring that in. I think that would be very useful. And that, and round we go. And that would, yeah, that's going to bring in nearly 100,000 on their own, which is crazy. The stone picking contract actually is the one that's not worth a massive amount of money. Let's see. So 44,000 and 24,000. I think we can bring both of those in. And then 34,000 on that. So let's collect on that and collect on that. And yeah, that just leaves our stone picking contract. And it looks like our stone picker is full again. Yep, it is. So out we go again with another load. So this is going to be 6,000 stones off here today. We're only halfway through this stone picking contract. So I think this is going to have to be something that gets finished off screen. It's going to take a while to get the rest of this field picked. And I don't know how many more stones we can fit in this trailer. But going strong and looking like, well, hopefully, like it might get the whole of this field picked. Stone picking contracts, definitely long contracts that take really quite a while to get done. We do need this contract though, because we can't buy the field without it. Coming back up by the farmyard now, we have over half the sprayer full of fertilizer, so that's good news. Should mean, well, easily means that we've got enough to finish this field. I don't know how many more lines there are along this side of the field. I think there might be one more bit down the end there to finish off. And yeah, we've got at least one line here. I put this onto cruise control. We can go and have a look in here and have a look at where we are. So, oh, I've missed a spot there. So we'll have to go back and fix that. But yeah, this is looking good. We've got very little left to get done on here. This is going to be a very tight turn that is likely to miss a bit at the end unless I'm very careful. There we are. Let's just check. Do I need to back this up? Nope, we have got it all perfect. Right. Let's back that there then and head this way. Just got this little bit here to do, and then a little bit down the side, and as expected, as it should, a full day's work with this tractor in the field spraying means that we don't have a huge amount of fuel left. Last little bit in this corner. I'm very much looking forward to getting precision farming on here. Being able to see exactly where I've already sprayed is going to be very useful. It automatically turning off the sections of the sprayer I don't need is also going to be very useful. There's lots to like about precision farming, and I cannot wait to get it on here. Let's just go find this spot that I missed. It's about 4th row in. So I reckon that we want the row in front of us here. Yep, that's exactly where it is. So a little bit of a messy spray just across the end of this row. Yeah, tram lines, being able to see where we've already sprayed, all of that good stuff. Cannot wait to have that. And that is field done. Fold that in, and we need to return this Amazon spreader now, or sprayer now. It's not cost us a massive amount of money, but it has cost us a bit. I might go and alter that mod a little bit again, I think. First, we need to just come over here and unload the fertilizer. I need to refill this tractor, and I need to return the sprayer. So turn off the tractor, get it refueled. Yes. And while that's refueling, let's head into the garage, switch over to the leased stuff, and return that. Yes, please. Excellent. And with that done, all I've really got left to do today is to keep following this stone picker. It's gonna be a little while, I think. Next time we should be able to buy the grass field. We've got about 30,000 coming off this, so yeah, about 120 odd thousand we should have. We will get the grass field. I think we'll get that cut and get some more bales made. We also will need to start looking at getting the cows as well. I don't know how much money we will have left over for that. And we need to make the final preparations for harvest as well. As it stands, though, it's 4 in the afternoon. This is just going to keep going for a while. We're headed up with a pile full of stones. We've got a whole trailer full of stones. This is from the stone picking contract that we had last time. We've got that to finish off. I would like to get the grass field purchased today and get that cut. And there's a couple of contracts kicking around as well. So we're going to have a fairly busy day here on the farm. Let's get these 7,766 stones. We want to get these sold, and then I want to line up some contracts. In fact, while we're on our way over, let's line up the contracts now. And there's a couple of really good big contracts available. We've got a hoeing contract in 28, so we will borrow the items for that. And we have a mowing contract in 23, so we will borrow the items for that as well. And you can see up at the shop here, our stone picker has been returned to here. But we want to grab, not the Challenger, but this. Yeah. The Steyr Absolute 6200. We'll send that up to where we are, and that way that can get going. I don't think we can send it right into the field. We might be able to. It's small enough that it should be able to get through that gateway. So let's see if this will actually go to its point and start work. So we'll create job. We're going to use the tractor we are in. Not that one. Not that one. No. I've parked myself in a really difficult place to do it. And in fact, I don't want to do it there because it will never get out of the shop. Let's bring it over here instead and get it going. Right, now we're well out of the way. Create job. That has got to do 28. So we will go field work there and there and see if that will actually make it over there. It's certainly thinking about it. Yep, I think that's going to work. And then we're going to do the same with this Massey. We'll hook up the mowers to it and send that over to the field that's going to work. So up with this and hook on the back here as well. And we'll go to the same point and get that working. I don't know if that lowered or raised. Either way, it'd be fine. And out, round, and to here. And this is always the best point, apparently, to get this started. So now we will grab this tractor. We'll create job with this. And this one is going down to this field here. So we'll put that there like that and start job. And yeah, that should bring in a whole load more cash. And speaking of bringing in a whole load more cash, we've got our David Brown and these stones. They'll tip in. I don't think they'll bring in a whole load more cash, but the stone picking contract itself should. So spin this around and get this tipped into here. Yeah, 7,000. It's going to bring in, I reckon, about £700. I don't think we're going to earn much more than that from these stones. Might just pay for the wage costs that we've got here. And there we go. 900, nearly £1,000 for those. But that's all right. What we want is to complete the stone picking contract. 33,642. So we will collect that, and that should put us over 100,000. Is it enough to buy field 38, which is the field I got my eye on? 170. Oh, we're 3,000 short. Crazily. So yeah, we can't crack on with that yet. What we need to do is head back up to the farm, I think. And maybe, because we're going to bring in so much money with the other contracts, it's time to look at getting some cows. Go down to the shop, and I have a really good idea for what piece of kit I want to get to transport our cows. There's a really good mod that's been released recently that holds slightly more cows and in fact allows you to transport chickens as well. So we want to grab from in here. We don't have anything on offer. No, there is a Massey on offer. And there is that on offer, but we own one of those already. In fact, actually, looking at that, how much is our current one worth? 41,000. So no, I think we bought this on offer anyway. But back to what we're actually doing. This Joskin BT Max RDS 7500 for 24,000 should be perfect for us. I'm going to stick the spare wheel on this, and we need to get somebody for the license plate. And congratulations to Ember. You have been selected at random from the Tractor Driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members. And so EM25BER is going to be the number plate for you. Okay, so that is on the back there. And let's buy this outright. Yes, 24,500. So we're easily going to make that money back in one of the contracts today. And we will hook that up to the David Brown over here. Oh, this is an absolutely fantastic trailer. It really works so well. It holds, I think, how many does this hold? This will hold a total of 10 cows, 18 pigs, 16 sheep, and 10 horses. It doesn't take chickens. I thought it might take chickens, but it doesn't. So yeah, it's a really good trailer from that point of view. I don't know how difficult it would be to get a trailer like this to take chickens. I'm really intrigued by that. But yeah, let's head down to the animal market, and we're going to get ourselves 10 cows to get our dairy started off. Coming down to the bottom and nearly to the market. Yeah, there it is, just on the side here. And this area down here is slightly reconfigured over the base game version of this map. So I wanted to move things around a little bit. To be honest, I could have, let's unfold this. Yeah, drop it down. Will that open the back? Yeah, there we go. And then we want to get some Holsteins in. We want fully grown, and we want the full 10. So that's only going to cost us 11,750. I'm very tempted, actually. We might end up getting more. So let's buy that. Okay. Perfect. And while this is closing up and folding up, I've moved the sell point for bales along the side here. So this is now attached to the livestock market, where it will be really useful. We've got the sell point for the farmers market. That's moved in here next to the farmers market, so it's much more attached to it. And then down here, I added a load of productions. So we've got the dairy in here. So this is actually production now, not just a sell point. Over here, we've got the spinnery. And again, this is a production, not a sell point. And then down the side, down the end here, we've got a sell point here by these containers. And that is an actual sell point. A little bit fiddly to get in. And I think we went over that in a previous episode. But I'm much more... I like this area much more as a result of that. It helps everything to feel that little bit more alive to me, and just works really, really well for me. So we'll take all this and we're going to head back up to the farm and get the cows set up. So up to our cow area. Where's our unload? Our unload point is down there. So we do have some space down here to store stuff, and I think we might try and store some feed for the chickens down here. I mean, at the moment we do have some storage for the chickens already. Put the trailer down and open it up. Oh, there we go. And then be able to get them out, move them into the husbandry. Okay, right, we're down to 77,000, so that will mean one of the contracts completing today will take us up to 110,000. That still leaves us short on the field. So we need to, well, but we then have a second one, so we'll be fine. We've got nothing to feed the cows with at the moment. At the moment, they don't have any feed in here. I think they might have a little bit of feed in here. Food, yeah. They've got 2,000 litres because we mistakenly put one of these hay bales in. There is not a lot of feed that comes off of this field. And this field is fully grown, though. I don't know. It's I could cut this and do some feed for the cows while we're waiting to earn the money. That might be a really good way to go. Yeah, I think we might have to have a look and see if we can get this field cut today. Oh, and the tractor's conked out. Why is the tractor conked out? Let's have a quick look at it. Okay, we could do with getting the tractor into a workshop for a little bit of repair. It's just hit that point. No, that was my fault that time. It's just hit that point where it could do with some repairs. And before we go, let's get this into the shed. I'm just going to stick it in front of the old caravan for now, and then we'll come back later. Kind of think that we might want some more cows, but we'll see how we go. Let's drop that off there, and we'll head back, and I think we'll go get the mower out and start getting this field cut. I think we should be in a good place with it. It looks like it's fully grown, so yeah, should at least be a decent amount. Before I do that, let's get this tractor repaired. So our workshop is located around the back here on the main road, and just bring this in like so. Not so easy to get the combine in here, and yeah, tires are okay, I think. Repair for 3,500. What are the tires looking like? The tires aren't looking too bad. I think we get away with that at the moment. Right, so with that all repaired up, fine for fuel at the moment. Let's go get the mowers. So bring it around. There's the front mower. Hook that up like that. And back this in here, pick up the rear mower. And there we go. Right, out to the field. Let's get this all cut. Set up the steering assist. Let's turn everything on. Drop everything down. No. This side, there we go. And away we go. Perfect. Right, we'll just get this cut. I will get this tethered up, and I think we'll put all of the hay. We'll make it all hay, and we'll put all of the hay into the cows, and that way keep them fed for now. It's not perfect. It's not going to give us the biggest output, but it should give us enough output to keep going. So I've cut round where the actual field is marked, but that isn't everywhere where we've got grass on here that we can cut. So what I'm going to do is once we have got the main part of the field cut, I will go and cut around the edges, get ourselves a little bit of extra grass. We know this doesn't produce a huge amount, this field. So I want to make sure that we maximize what we get out of it, and hopefully that means we might get maybe an extra bale, because we weren't too far off an extra bale. The main part of the field is all cut. We now want to just run around the edge and try and get everything else in. So I'm going to use this little notch here just as a way in. And then, yeah, we'll head around the edge. We'll include in all of this extra bit along the edge here. And that should give us, it won't give us a huge amount extra, but it will give us a little bit extra. And that at the moment is just really useful. Until we get this bigger grass field, we need every blade of grass we can get. Just cleaning up in this corner. And then I think that's not going to be too far off being off getting everything that we want from here. Bring that round, yeah, round along the front here, and that will be everything. And yeah, look how our chicken's already producing some eggs, which is great news. We need those. We are going to need a greenhouse, and this area here we're going to be using for all of that kind of stuff. We want greenhouses and everything like that. We need. Oh wow. Let's unfold the front. No, that's the rear. Fold in the rear. Let's unfold the front. It looks like I didn't have my rear mower down. So unfold that. Start it up. And we'll just go and take that row here. And there we go. Get that all cleared up. Next thing, we need to get in here with the tedder and get this all tethered up. And then we'll get it windrowed. So again, we will set ourselves up with steering assist. It won't cover everything we've got here. Fold tedder. This tractor, massive overkill for this tedder. But I kind of just wanted to use the David Brown today. We'll get the New Holland out for windrowing because we're going to bail behind with this. Yeah, I just wanted to use the David Brown today. It's a lovely tractor, and as a result, I wanted to really get out there and get it used. Final section of the field that needs to be tethered. And then we will be done. In fact, no, not quite, because this is only the main body of the field. We need to go around and do all the extra edge bits that I cut. I was slightly worried earlier that we might not get through the 2 contracts that we've got running today. But one of them is up to 74%, which is the hoeing, which is good news because that can then get onto the second hoeing contract that's available. And the mowing is up to about 60%. So that might finish today. It should finish today, in fact. Although we might end up collecting the money at the beginning of the next episode. Either way, I think we're in pretty good stead. It is only the first day of June, so I'm at two minds about whether to go to the second day of June or go straight into the harvest. I kind of want to go straight into the harvest, I think. I don't think that we particularly need to worry about feed for the cows right now, especially if we get that field fairly quickly. We could get this cutting in the background actually while we are doing our harvest. So yeah, it does not worry me too much about whether we move straight into the harvest next time. Only thing I would like would be to get both those contracts done and the other hoeing contract done. But yeah, at 77%, I think we're going to get the first one finished today. We might not move on to the second unless it's significantly smaller. How much smaller is it? So the current one we've got going is 33,000. The other hoeing contract is 21,000. That might get through that, actually. That might get through that. We'll see. We can always, yeah, as I said, we always get it started and let it finish off camera. Speaking of finishing, that is this field tethered. So I'm going to go and get the New Holland and we'll start windrowing. And then I can go behind with the baler and start grabbing some bales off this field. I've still got the care wheels on New Holland, so we'll just need to pop into the workshop here and get those switched over. Come over to here and customize this. We don't want the narrow tires, we want the standard. That should do it. We're going to be using this for carting as well, so we want to do that. So customize that. Yes, doesn't cost us anything. How are we? That was weird. How are we for repairs? I think we'll give this a quick repair as well. Worthwhile, it's in the workshop, just doing that quickly. Right, and then go and hook this up to the windrower and get it working. So this we're gonna let a hired worker have a go with and get that rowing up. Of course, it won't get the stuff outside of the field. We'll have to go in, we'll go round and we'll add that in later. But should do this field pretty well. We've had it do this before. And as a result, we should be able to get some bales out of here fairly quickly. Weeding contract is nearly done, but the tractor is running a little bit low on fuel. So this might have to come back to our farm for a refill before it continues on to the next one. And similarly with this one, this is at 75%, but this is also looking a little bit low on fuel. We might have to get something up there for this one as well. Contract on field 28 has finished, but the tractor is out of fuel, so we just need to come in here and refuel it. Should be inside good, so refuel that. And once it's refueled, we will send it off over to the next field. New Holland's been having a little bit of trouble. I think we've got, well, the position of the chicken hutch here kind of blocks the New Holland. So, yeah, I don't think it's a huge issue. I'm not planning to do much more grass work on here. But it gives it a bit of a problem in that corner. So let's start this up here. We go here, and I'm hoping doing that it might go into the right row. Nope, that is not the right row. See if we can position this a little bit better then. Yeah, very annoying. but it doesn't seem to want to go where I want it to. Along here, please, and start. Reposition yourself a little bit. No. Oh, we might have to do this manually. This worked so well last time. Tractor is full, so we'll turn that off and we'll move the landy out the way and then be able to get that tractor onto its next job. It's got a little bit of headland left to do here, but I'm not going to worry about that. Farmer is happy. So start this up, fold it up, and we can get this hoeing contract started. So we'll accept that. Okay. And then with that, create job, field work. Best place to start it, probably that corner up there. And start job. No, not quite. Start job. There we go. I've actually got a little bit carried away. It is 6:38 in the evening, and yeah, we've just kept working way beyond where I would normally. Definitely got a bit further into this today than I thought I would. So I think I'm going to wrap things up here. We do have that hay to finish getting windrowed. We also have the and we need to get it baled as well. So we need to clear that off. Looks like I'm not going to get to the harvest next time, but that does just give us more opportunity to earn money, and maybe, just maybe, we might get onto that second field. Although how far we've got today with that just that small field makes me doubt that a little bit. We're starting off today just tracking through with the Steyr here. This is doing the contracts over in field 25. So this has this to finish off. We've also got our New Holland T7 sitting here again, having trouble with the chickens. So what I'm going to do is take this off the hired worker. Ideally, we want to get everything done and dusted today, get ourselves in position ready for the harvest, and then we will move on to that next time. At the moment, it is just this field, so I'm going to have to, because of the way this works, I'm going to have to turn around and get this field done a slightly different way. Let's bring this up and get this on here. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna do stuff in a way that I don't particularly want it to. So we're going to add to the far end of this field and start getting work on this. We've got a fair amount to do. Last time we basically tried to get ourselves into a position where we were going to be able to get our get the big grass field done. We need to check on where we are with contracts, because the mowing contract that we had going last time, that completed. So that is all done and dusted, so we can now get the money for that and see if that gives us some cash towards the next field that we want. Let's have a look here. What have we got in our contracts? So we've got field 28 completed, but that's the hoeing contract, and that machine is being used on 25 at the moment. Then got the mowing contract here for 33,000. So we will collect on that. Okay, and that will return the mower as well. In fact, that also gives us a space for another contract. So let's have a look at what is available. Anything for some big money? There's a cultivated contract for 28,000 on field 30. And that is pretty much our biggest one today. So we will borrow the items for that as well. And then we'll get this started up and we'll head out and yeah, and get this making us some money. Another 28,000 in. We're up to 101. We need 107. So the money that we have, that is going to get us that field and get us set up very nicely for the harvest. I think harvest is probably going to take us a couple of days on here, but that's fine because that will be most of August dedicated to that. While that's going, we will of course be running stuff in the background as well. I'm always trying to run contracts, always trying to get things to a position where we are making money off them. So we're also coming up to this is episode 18, so we're now coming up to basically our halfway point in this series. We are looking to get ourselves to a third harvest basically. So we'll run through the second harvest on here and then run through another year and have one more harvest. And while we're doing a lot of setup this year, next year very much the plan is to be getting our loan paid off on here and making as much money as we can. Well, I think we clipped a tree. Nope, we're okay. Right, let's go and get this up to the field then and get this started. These narrow lanes were not designed for kit this big. It is quite a lot of fun trying to get this down here, and I don't know about getting this into this gateway, but that is gonna be stupidly tight. I think we might have to go and find a gap in the hedge somewhere. That is not going through that gate. Right, let's go and see if there's a gap in the hedgerow that we can take this through. Yeah, just getting caught on everything as we go round here, and not the easiest bit of kit to get anywhere. What is that? Is that getting stuck on that tree there, or is that getting stuck on my hedge? I don't know. Let's try this again. Yeah, I think that's getting stuck on that tree. That is not good. Gonna have to go into the hedge a little bit to get it past. Right, and this is going to be a little bit of a task to get this in here, but we'll get it in. We'll find somewhere to find a gap to get this in somewhere. Eventually found a way into the field, and we'll now go up to this top corner here and get this started. So this will just run along here, and we'll leave that going. It's 9:30. This should finish by the end of the day. And this is going to be a little bit wider, this row of hay. I might have to come and do another pass on it just to sort of merge it properly into a single row. We've also got a little bit around the edge to do as well. So I'm just going to finish this field off. It's slightly annoying. I might have to sell one of my chicken hutches because it just gets in the way too much for doing this on here. Although, if we can get the bigger grass field, that'll never be a problem again, because we will we'll use this field for something else. I want to get this hay up and done now because the rain has just started. I'm hoping this is going to be a fairly short, sharp shower, and we'll be able to just continue on without too much trouble. Let's have a quick look at the forecast. A couple hours, so yeah, we want to get this rowed up and baled up as quickly as possible, then get as little water in with this hay as we can, and that way we should not have too much issue. This is going straight to cow feed anyway. We are solely feeding the cows at the moment on the hay. And my hope is that we're going to be able to get some silage made in the not too distant future. We'll do grass silage off the bigger grass field, off field 38, as soon as we can afford it, which should be today. So very much expecting that we can do that today. July, if we cut in July, so we'll leave something going in the background, cutting that field in July. That will be August, September, October. We'll get a full regrowth before the end of the year and be able to get it growing so that we can do a nice early cut next year as well. So yeah, we really want to kind of get that sorted and start getting that cut today. If we cut it today, July, August, September would be the next cut. October, November. So yeah, either way, we're only going to get one more cut off it this year if we allow it to regrow. We could get 2 smaller cuts maybe, but I don't think they do quite as well as 1 cut would. It might be something to test actually. But the main part of the field done then. The next bit we need to do is we got stuff outside of the sort of actual field itself. This all needs rowing up and collecting so that we can get that bale and get it baled, and also needs pulling away from the edge of the field as well, so that it's easier for us to get at with the baler. And I think I might have to go back over that bit near the chickens again. I think we got some still around the edge, but yeah, this is looking good. We should get. Then we got 4 bales off here last time. We'll see how many we actually get off here this time. There's quite a lot of work though for 4 bales. Last little bit down to this corner then, and that should be everything collected up nice and neatly. Perfect. And we're done by 11 on that. Fold that up. We'll take this back to the farm, and then we'll get the baler, which is sitting there ready. What I might do while I'm down here actually is hook up the mowers to this, because if we do get that other field, I think we're gonna want to get that sorted. Oh, that is running low on fuel. Yeah, I think we're gonna want to get that sorted fairly quickly, the mowing on the other field. The other thing I need to get is we added the DEF mod on here from today, so our tractors and our other equipment do require DEF now. As a result, we're going to have to fill that as well as the fuel. DEF level on this isn't too bad, thankfully. DEF level on some of the other stuff is a lot lower. So I don't know whether to just go and grab a... we could just go and grab one of the IBC tanks of DEF and bring that back to the farm maybe. Hold that up. Right. But yeah, let's get set up so that when either of our contracts complete, we can immediately go and get that grass field cut, if necessary, and rowed up, and start getting ahead of ourselves. I would like to get that cut, rowed, and collected today, but we'll have to see how we go. I'm not even sure we have a forage wagon to do that with. Into the David Brown. Yeah, I don't think we have a forage wagon, so we might have to... Oh, I don't want to lease one, really. I don't think we have either a forage wagon or a bale wrapper. Bale wrapper might work better for us. But anyway, I look at it, we're going to have to get something. Let's bring this in here then. Start it up. Oh, let's unfold it. And then we can start it up. So back folds out. Start it up. Down we go. Yeah. And then we can get all of this hay baled up. And we're good to go. One good thing I think about all of these chickens is that we're gonna suddenly have a load of eggs. So at the moment we've got all these little hutches, all creating their own pallets. When those pallets get full, it's gonna mean we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pallets of eggs all at once, which is absolutely fantastic. I mean, that just means that we get a group of pallets of eggs at once, and not just one pallet developing. And at that point, it then becomes a pallet or a set of eggs that we can sell, or in our case, we're creating them so that we can make cake. So yeah, we should have it so that we are able to very quickly put a whole load of eggs up there and start baking. I think we're going to be in a pretty good place by the time we're looking at baking our cake. I'm hoping that is going to be the celebratory cake at the end of this series. We've got a few bits that are taking a little bit longer to create, but it's all working well. Not doing badly. There goes the first bale to fall out. We've got at least a second one on there. I think a third and a fourth should make it out. So that's pretty good. Yeah, we're 25% through the next bale. Is there another bale after that one? Yeah, I think there might be. So I think this is our fourth bale we're currently pressing with 2 on the baler. And there goes the fourth bale out. There is not enough left on this field to get a full 5th bale. But we'll get a decent chunk of it. We might get a third of a bale out of it. So yeah, I think it'll be a decent chunk of bale. We'll just we'll stick all of this, I think, straight in with the cows. It's a little bit damp because of this rain, and as a result, we really want it to go straight in for feed. Really, that's right. We'll get the telehandler over here, and we'll get all of this sorted. That, I think, is all done. Right. So let's turn off that and unload the bale. There we go. Unload the bales. So 2 more bales on there. Hold it up. Come on, off the end. There we go. And then we should be able to unload the incomplete bale as well. Just drop that off the end. Right. And that is the baling all done. Don't think I can squeeze this baler in that end section. I think that would be one hell of a maneuver to get this down the side here and into that end bit. Yeah, no, that's not going there. We'll just have to leave the baler out for now. Unless, actually, do I have space to get it in the other shed? I think we might have been storing it in the other shed, to be honest. Bring it round here. Yes, I do have space to stick it in here next to the flatbed trailer. Then we're going to be doing the carting this year with this tractor, especially if we've got the New Holland out there doing the trying to get the other grass field sorted once we buy it. I have said, oh yeah, I put it in that field ready to go. We're not going to want to use it till next time. Unless we do the 2 cuts. Oh, it's really, really tough. All right, let's put this away then, and we're going to use our pallet forks and go and grab those bales and get them feeding the cows. How are our cows doing? So yeah, cows need feeding. Their health is good. But they are down to 74 liters of hay, so we definitely want to get them fed. And this is very much about that. Is why we did the hay when we did. I know that I need a much larger amount of hay and a much larger amount of feed on here. So in fact, we want to do the 2 smaller cuts rather than the 1 big cut. Because if we do the 2 smaller cuts, we're gonna end up with with enough feed for the cows. Where if we do 2 big cuts, or if we do 1 big cut, we're not. We're gonna end up with just either a load of hay or a load of silage, and that is not of any use to us whatsoever. And we tend to bounce our way out of this field, so let's slow right down. Yeah, look at how much that jumps around. That's why I can't take more than 2 of these bales at once, because we do have plenty of hay around here. There we go. There's one set. There's another. That'll keep them going for a little while. Yeah, by the end of the year, I would really like to have enough feed around here to keep cows going very nicely. So yeah, we need to stick all of this hay in. Keep the cows going until the end of the year, until we have a chance to get some TMR sorted, and then we'll be sitting pretty, I think. Also, as we get this second load in, the rain has stopped. Fantastic. Things will go quite nicely, and it looks like our contract's completed as well. I think it actually completed while I was putting the David Brown away. So let's complete. In fact, it's 2 hoeing contracts. We're going to get a load of money in from those. 21,000, 33,000. So yeah, over 50,000 from those 2. So collect that. Yes. Collect that. Yes. Perfect. And that means we now have 155,000. That is enough to buy farmland 2, but we're not going for that. We're going to go for this one here, 38. Just to double check, we're in June. So if we cut now, July, August, and then we can cut again in September, October. In fact, whether we cut next month or whether we cut the month after, we're going to end up with extra, or we're going to be able to do 2 cuts. So yeah, I think we will leave that cut for today. And if we then do July, we'll be ready to cut again. But we've got a full... Oh, man. Just trying to work this out is hurting my head. We want to give it 3 months to regrow and get 2 cuts out. If we cut in July, August, September, October for another cut before the end of the year. Yes, we will cut it next month. Yes, we'll have harvest going on as well, but we can have that cutting in the background while we do the harvest. I think trying to cut that today and then deal with the grass regrowth next month is just going to be messy. So yeah, we will cut that while the harvest is going. And our cows, oh wow, this partial bale is going to be only partially used. Yeah, look at that. Right, we'll stick this with the other ones. Really doesn't take a lot of hay to feed our cows. I am flabbergasted by that. That is that little field there actually provides us with all we need to do that. I'm beginning to question, do I want to get another arable field? Because at the moment I am feeding well, we've only got 10 cows at the moment, but I've probably got 30,000 litres I need. We've got 14, 21. By the time they're going to need feeding again, we're going to have more hay. I don't know if I want to get that grass field. No, we'll get the grass field. That's the plan. We'll stick with it. So let's have a look at this. We've got field 38 here. That is 117. We've got field or farmland 2 here. That is 126,000. We really stretched our funds. We could get field 3. We are nowhere near 10. 48 right out the back here. That is 147. Just to see if there's any other grass fields that would be within our budget. 33 there, that's 325. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else that comes anywhere near our budget. 52,000, 36,000. So if we got that field, I think that is our best bet. I would love to have got 10, but we don't have anywhere near that kind of money. So let's buy that. Yes. Now, what is the price of these? 27,000, 44,000. and 40. That's the chickens. So there are little grass fields and things we could get. But that's not bad. We can always turn 38 into an arable field if we want. There is the scope to do that, but I don't think we need to at the moment. I would like to, I think, ultimately get field 10. But first, we do need to sort out our finances. We've got this £1 million loan, and this needs to be paid off in 12 months' time. Just checking in on the cultivating contract, and that seems to be going pretty well. That is that on the headland? That looks like it's on the headland, which is pretty wide considering this side of the field, how much is left to go there. So that is doing that job very nicely. Is there any other money we can make from contracts today that aren't going to take forever? There's a fertilizing contract, and that's about it on 38. That I could zoom around. There is a harvesting contract on 13 for spinach that is going to cost almost as much to lease the equipment for it as it is to do the contract. Yeah, it's only that fertilizing contract, really. Otherwise, everything else is pretty much small fry. We've got field 3 there. Yeah, there's not much else around here today to get done. So as a result, I think we can leave this cultivating contract going. We'll finish up, and that will be it for this episode. Next time we are going to be getting on to the harvest. We're also going to be getting that new grass field cut, and probably start trying to create some silage from that before the end of the month. We're getting started on the harvest today. We do have a little bit of rain hanging around. It has been raining overnight, but things should dry out by the time we want to get started here. I am just going to hook things up and get everything ready as a result. We're also going to start cutting the grass today on field 38. We wanted to do this last time, and I kind of worked out that we've in a position where we can do 2 cuts this year and 2 full-size cuts. Let's reverse this into here. Get it back in the shed. I'm basically just storing the header on the header trailer, pulling it out, and then pushing this all the way back in here. Just makes it easier for general storage, and also this is a dolly trailer, which is a pain in the butt to maneuver. There we go. And then we're going to do the carting today with the David Brown as well. We're going to fill up the fuel levels in this. Quite a big tractor to be doing the carting with. This is not a massive trailer, this Red Rock. Been considering possibly replacing the Red Rock with the Baileys, but to be honest, both trailers are trailers you'd see in the UK, so it works quite well for us. But let's move the combine out the way now, and we'll get this set up so that we can just set the hired worker going on it. Seems like everything is in fairly good nick, which is great. Bring this down to here. Right, and I want the combine to have its auger out. We'll leave the rain to finish off first, though. I've refilled the fuel on the New Holland T7. So we're going to go and take that round. This probably could do with a major service, this tractor. I want to go and try that. We have got the major service mod on here, which basically helps everything out. This has hit 74 hours. It's coming up to 75 hours. So if we put this into a major service now, we might find that it behaves itself a bit better, and we don't have to replace it. I want to replace it maybe at about 100,000 hours. So... oh, sorry, at 100 hours. 100,000 hours? Jeez. Right. So, conditions pretty good. If we do a major service on it... yeah. So, we can do a service on it here. Or a repair. Repair is 420. A major service is 11,975, but that will do it well. And yeah, next service at 124 hours, but this should mean that this runs a little bit better now. And I actually like the major service mod, especially with what we're running on here with the increased hours that we're getting on machines because of the way we're running things. So I'm quite liking that mod. That mod makes a lot of sense to me. All right, let's pull into here. Yeah, increased fuel usage and increased everything else. Right, please tell me that this field is actually marked. Let's have a look. Do we have the ability? No field detected. It doesn't have. Yeah, this field needs plowing. That's annoying. Right, so we're gonna have to get the harvest going and then come back and do this manually. So now that the rain stopped, we can start everything up here. We'll pull into the field. We should be dropping straw, which we are. Set that going. Yeah, and then our combine can head into the field and get started on there. And this is oats, so we're making oat flour this year. And so with that started, we'll get back to here and we'll cut this field ourselves. A little bit annoyed about that. I thought I was going to be able to concentrate on the harvest. We can concentrate on the harvest, but we'll leave the hired worker doing that. So unfold everything. Once it's all done, we'll turn everything on, drop everything down, go forwards, and away we go. And yeah, over the winter, we will have to get the plow onto here and get this this plowed up and replanted, because we want to be able to get equipment on here with a hired worker. And at the moment, like all the grass fields on here, this is not set up to do work with a hired worker, which is slightly annoying. Now I'm trying to work this into the corners a little bit so that we're able to turn around and get in there a little bit better. It basically means creating 3 rows with the front mower there into it, backing out, and you kind of see the hired workers do this. I mean, they take a lot longer to do it, but yeah, the hired workers, when they're going around and they're doing the corners, tend to cut into the corners like that and do lots of maneuvers around, and it works. It gives you plenty of space to turn, especially in tight corners, but it's the hired workers are hilarious at it because they take forever to go round and do it, whereas you saw there it was a really quick little job for me to get into that corner and do it. So if we do it again into here, so lift, reverse out, line ourselves up to where we've got there, so down again, second one, and out, and then we've got one more knot, so third one in there. Just give ourselves enough space to turn around in, like that. Just makes things so much easier. And then round and down and in, and we don't miss anything. So as I go back along this top end here, I'm just gonna work out what's the best angle for me to do this field at. It is here, 263 I think is the best angle to cut in. So once we get this final headland road done up the top here, we'll cut in across the fields there and just sort of start to open things up. And that'll make short work of this field. I fully expect actually us to have cleared this field today. That looks very much like what might happen, although we might have to switch tractors because the David Brown, that is I need one 263, 173? No, 73, I think. No, 83. That's where we want. Going across this field at 83. Yeah, because we're going to need baler on here. Other thing is, if I can get this finished today, if we can get this all rowed and baled and wrapped, because that's what I'm looking at doing, is getting a bale wrapper, then we'll be able to get this plowed. We might be able to plow this field and replant it, which would be fantastic. So yeah, I'd really like to do that as well. Actually make this a field, and then it would be all ready for the next go round, which would be perfect. So yeah, ideally we want to cut this today and then get it turned around ready for next time, or for the next one, which will be towards the end of the year. Combine has a nearly full tank, and I'm kind of risking, yeah, getting this tractor and trailer down the side here. If I'm lucky, the combine will make it to this point before it runs out then. Yeah, it's looking very, very full, that combine. Also worried about the auger coming out. Oh, it's blocked by me now. Let's back this out slowly. Try not to destroy any crop in the process. It might actually make it to the end of the field, which would be brilliant. Yep. It looks like it's actually going to make it to the end of the field. That's fantastic. I was worried that it was going to sort of run out of space in it before we were ready to unload. But that's working fine. Right, combine ready to empty then. Let's get in here and we'll trace it around the field. There we go. And hopefully, whoa. Okay, it is going to stop and empty. That's absolutely fine. I'd much rather do that right now than have to fight with it and keep it going round. Yeah, that is working nicely. Almost finished down here on the grass field. We have, yeah, just a little bit down this bottom corner to do. One more row up there. We're into the shorter part of the field now. I'm just thinking that trying to get the quad track in here, because quad track is what we're going to have to use to do this field. We'll have to come in the bottom rather than up the top. I don't know if we have a piece of equipment that will do the ploughing that we need to do on here. Get that kink in. Nope, still missed a bit of grass. Press this up and get that there. There we go. Down with that. Right. Yeah, whether we got anything, I'm gonna need to look at my equipment, see if there's anything that we'll need to hire or get hold of that will plow this field. But yeah, we need to plow and replant this probably second day of July. I think the harvest will still be going on. Last time it took us 2 days to get that field harvested, so I'm expecting something similar. How is the weather looking? Okay, we're looking good for getting everything harvested. I'm looking to do a quick turnaround on our field as well, because I want to get wheat in for next year. Wheat has a slightly higher yield than our other crops, and of course we can feed wheat to the chickens. That's the problem we're going to have this year. I need to get, ideally we need to get a wheat harvesting contract at some point and get that done this year, because if I don't do that, I think we're going to spend a fortune in chicken feed. I don't know what the feed is like for the chickens at the moment, actually. Chickens at the moment have plenty of feed, and we got a little bit in the shed as well, so we're good. We've got 5. Yeah, we've not got many chickens in our coops either, so we're good. We got space to expand. Right, let's lift everything up. Let's turn everything off and fold everything up as well, because this field is done. Something I've forgotten to do is collect on our completed contract. We had 28,107 for the cultivating contract we did last time. So let's collect on that and put some money in the bank. We've given it a bit of time today to see what we've got. And oh, I really want to try out this sprayer. I'm very tempted. 11,000 is not a huge amount of money. It's 22,000, which is also one of the new tractors from the Plains and Prairies DLC. Both of those would be quite good. I think that sprayer would be quite nice. That fence sprayer would be quite nice on our farm or our field. I'd need to go and check it out. We might try and have a go with some of those. We've got 51,000 in the bank. How's our combine doing? Combine is turning, so that's all right. I don't think that's full yet. So yeah, we need to get this windrow. Yeah, that sprayer I want to have a go with, and that versatile tractor I'd quite like to have a go with. Unfortunately, we've got stuff of our own to do. One advantage of using that front-mounted mower is it creates a windrow of itself. It creates a windrow anyway, and it pulls the grass away from the edge as a result. Makes it much easier to take a windrow around the field and row everything up, which is very cool. It means we can create bigger windrows as a result, and get more grass into a given windrow, which is brilliant. As I said, we're going to be collecting this up. We're going to bale this and wrap it. I think a bale wrapper might cost me less money than a forage wagon. Let's have a quick look. We've got forage wagons. There we go. So forage wagons for a decent sized one, because we could get the Alpine, but we're probably going to want something along the lines of the Faro or the Rapide. Certainly, I think. Yeah. I mean, we could go as high as the Fent. Go higher, actually. Yeah, no, we could go up to the Jumbo. So we're looking at a fair whack of money. Whereas if I look at the bale wrappers and we look at something like this or the Gaweel, we're only looking at about 62,000, and we're not a million miles away from that money. So yeah, we've not unfortunately got any contracts going today. So the result of that is that we're not going to have that money yet. We might have to leave this field, which is annoying. Although we actually got leeway. We can come round and get this field ploughed up and replanted in August, because August, September, October, November. So the last cut we can do is in November, and that would work. Looks like though our combine is full again, so I need to go and empty it. And unfortunately, it looks like the combine has it's got its auger into the crop. I dislike this. That does annoy me. We had this problem last time. What we'll do is we'll take the hired worker off, back it off into a position where I can empty it. And then I'm hoping we can line it back up there and it'll just continue on. If it doesn't, I'm going to be slightly annoyed. The hired worker does like to do this from time to time. Also, this will be a nice full trailer, so we can go and get it tipped. Right, let's see. Do we have manual unload? We do. So let's unload that. And yeah, this is going to take us up to about 86% full, I think. So here we come, 86. Oh no, 88% full. Okay, right, move this out of the way then. We'll go and tip this into the shed in a moment. But first, I want to try and get this restarted. Looks like we are going to have to go and get some DEF to refuel the combine. So we're going to refuel the combine at the end of the day. But I also, by the looks of it, need some DEF. Let's take this down into here, line it up, start doing a bit of harvesting. And hopefully the hired worker continues on from here. Backing up a fair amount. No, it is going to continue on from here. That is good news. And now I can come into here. Open this up. Yep. And we'll tip the oats into here. We could take them straight down to the mill, but I want to keep everything fairly close to the yard for now, and then we'll load things up, take it down to the mill, and create the oat flour later. For now, we want to tip it into our grain store. Knowing we want a wrapper, I know what we want to do. Well, that will do square. That will do 180 square bales. That will do. What do we produce from our? I think I want to use the coon one. So let's. Oh, I don't have the. Yeah, I need to get the mod in here that allows me to get used equipment. Buy used equipment mod. Which goes looking for used equipment for you. Fantastic mod, really useful. And yeah, I could do with grabbing that. Because we have a use for it on here. Maybe we'll get lucky and a bale wrapper will turn up. But I think we're going to end up getting this road up today, and then we'll have to do the baling and the wrapping next time. So yeah, definitely kind of hoping that we get a used wrapper in the sales. If we're lucky, one might turn up. Combine is getting near to a full tank. Don't think I can catch it before the end of the row. I'm hoping I can catch it before the end of the row. Yeah, there we go. Oh, stop maneuvering. That's annoying. Right, we'll have to let it get into the next row. Didn't quite make it there. Would have liked to have emptied along there. Now it's going to want to empty once it's halfway through the next row. So we'll leave it going and see where it ends up. And as expected, it is sitting partway down the row, waiting to be unloaded. Okay, put that there. Hit the combine. The combine is actually running fairly close to needing to be refueled, both with diesel and DEF. So it's been going all day. So it's not too surprising, but I think we might be cut short by the fact that we've got to get it emptied, that we've got to get it refueled. Right, start her up again. Here we go. Hired worker, line yourself back up. Yeah, you've got it. Perfect. And while we've been doing the harvest bits, we've also been rowing up this field onto the second headland and the second pass on the second headland. Because, yeah, with this rower, we need to do 2 passes for every row we create on the headland. 1 from each side just to keep everything nice and neat, and some nice big piles. It is going well. It's 20 to 4 in the afternoon, so we should get this field rowed up today. So as I thought, we will probably end up doing a lot of baling next time. I think we will probably start baling up the oat straw and baling up this field next time, and while the harvest sort of finishes off. As I said, I think we're going to run out of fuel and the EF, so I'm going to have to finish off, or my harvest is going to be cut short a little bit today due to that. But that's not a massive problem. As long as we're halfway through that field of oats, and I think we are going to be halfway through that field of oats. Yeah, we're pretty much there now. We'll be able to refuel the combine and get it some more DEF as well, and then we'll go and have everything done. Yeah, I don't quite know where I was going with that, but we're in a position where we're looking pretty strong. We've got this field cut and rowed up. We're gonna have the oats all rowed up, or the oats all harvested and everything, and that will be sorted for us. And at that point, it's just a case of turning the field round, getting everything baled up. We'll probably keep about half of the straw bales this year, and then next year we'll be sitting pretty with the cows, and just need to make sure that we have enough feed for the chickens. We're going great guns on this field now. It's 4:20. We are coming up to the bigger bit. We've got a nearly full grain tank on the combine again, so we'll go and deal with that in a minute, and we'll have to empty the trailer again, because again that'll take us up to about 88% full. Can't fit much more in it after that. This is gone very nicely though. There's a good amount of grass on here. We should be able to bale this up fairly swiftly. I might actually come and bale this up while the harvest is finishing on the other field. That might work fairly well for us, and then we can just get these wrapped up at our leisure after that. So we got a little bit of a problem here. The harvester is full. If I take the hired worker off this though, we are out of fuel, so immediately the combine stops. That means we've got to get some fuel out to the field and get that sorted. We also need to get some DEF out there. I am going to have to go down to the shop and sort this out, which is slightly annoying. I think, yeah, the hired worker takes the combine to absolutely zero fuel, and as a result just then sticks you in the field without much you can do about it. Let's back this into here. Make that up. We got diesel in it, but I don't have DEF, and I think I'm gonna have to go and get this altered to do that. We might just have to nip down to the shop with the telehandler and grab an IBC of it. But yeah, this is a little bit annoying, especially with the combine again having its auger into the crop. Really, really annoying, that. Right, so open this up, open that up, refuel the combine, and we'll go and see if we can get a DEF IBC. I think my mobile trailer will, or mobile fuel trailer will actually do that. Will actually hold DEF, but it takes a while for it to fill the combine. So let's grab, it should be pallet tanks in here. No, where is it then? Pallets, pro wash in here somewhere. Miscellaneous, no. I'm gonna go by the mod. So DF, here we are. Right. Yeah, we want one pallet of that, holds 2,000 liters. So by that we can find used. So why could I not find used on the wrapper? Or maybe I had to go into it. I had to go into it. So yeah, we want to find this used. So we'll set a find used on that. Normal search less than 1 month, 65% chance. Yeah, we'll we'll run on a extended search because it's going to be useful to us, and hopefully we can turn things around fairly quickly. Right, let's grab this pallet of DEF. We'll head back to the farm and get the combine refueled and get things back working, although it is 10 to 6, so we're probably going to pick things up again next time. In fact, yeah. So we've still got a little bit of rowing up to do. We've still got about half a field to harvest. I'll empty out the combine overnight, and we'll get it refueled with both DEF and the diesel, and we'll pick up in the morning. And we're headed down to the shop because something's come in that is going to be very useful to us today. The combine harvester is getting started. For some reason it's decided though that it's going to start down that end of the field today rather than continue on from where it was. So yeah, we're going to travel a little bit further to unload the combine. We've still got 43,860 in the bank, which should be more than enough for what we're after today. And the reason why I'm using the David Brown is because I've switched the tractors over. We're going to be using the David Brown on getting the silage bales done today, while the New Holland, that will do our carting. So we'll switch those over, and that's not for the bit of equipment we're going to get here, but for the baler, because that requires the kind of horsepower that our David Brown here puts out. So what are we getting? Well, we are getting the thing that we asked for. We were after this. We wanted to find a used one of this. A used one of this has come up. It's got a whole load of wrap on it, which is great. We can either put the black, the white. Oh, wow. We can put various types of wrap on it. I'm going to put the white wrap on it. We do need to get somebody for the number plate. And congratulations to Nina. You've been selected at random from the Tractor Driver and Above level patrons and YouTube channel members. And so I'm going to go with N164NIA. Really a lot of trouble fitting your name on here. So we sort of spread it out around here. But thank you so much. And with 30,000 on here, we're going to get that bought. So did this come with anything that was no? So yeah, 30,000. That's a lot less than we would have paid otherwise. We will buy that. Yes. And okay. Right, there it is. The David Brown is massive overkill for this bit of kit, but it will be absolutely fine when we've got the bales baled. And I'm going with this because, as I say, it's so much cheaper to create these bales than it is for us to go and spend a ton of money getting a forage mixer or a forage wagon, sorry, and then having to go and get it in the clamp and get it all done. We will put these in the clamp. We'll put these they'll store nicely in the silage clamp, and we'll go from there. I'm just gonna park this up here and we will drop that off. We can then back up and grab our baler, and our timing couldn't be better. Our combine, it seems, has just reached 80% full, so we can go and get that emptied out before we get started on the baling. Combine lining itself up for the next row, so we'll line up with it, looking fairly full. And today it is actually giving us a chance to empty as we go along. That is so much better than the previous day. And we are 50% full. That will do. I do need to, actually, I need to go and refill the DEF on this tractor once we have, once we've got a full trailer, which we should have in short order. Right, let's go get the baler running then and get this field baled up. We've still got plenty of twine. I did finish off the rowing after the end of the last episode, just to get things done. And so now we should be able to, I don't know about getting in here with this tractor and this baler. I don't know. We're in. It's all fine. Right. Let's unfold everything then. And once that's done, we can start it up, drop it down, and away we go, creating some grass bales. Before I get started today, let's reset the bale counter. We haven't produced a bale yet. So to reset the bale counter, it's Alt and X. There we go. Right, we'll see exactly how many bales we're going to get off this field. First bale dropping off the back. We've got a, and there's 2 more at least sitting on here. So yeah, we're making some decent sized bales here. What size bales are we making? Are we making the, I think we're making the 180s. So I don't think I've upped the size. I'm not sure. They are, this is why I got the wrapper I got. Or I was looking for the wrapper that we've got, because this baler, I think, can create the 220 bales. I don't know if we've actually got those selected. Doesn't say anywhere what size bales we're doing. Let's just have a quick look. What size is our, or are our bales? There we go. So this will create 180s or 240s, or between 180s and 240s, and I cannot see at the moment what size we're actually creating. Combine is nearly full again, and it's going up to the top end of the field, so we'll refill. Actually, I'll probably completely refuel this tractor on our way back. I can't believe we got this low on the DEF when we finished last time. I didn't think I was this low. But yeah, not too much of an issue this. And it seems like the combine at this end of the field, much more open to us emptying as we go. And we'll end up with a full trailer off it because of that. We know that we can then fill this up and get a full trailer, which is perfect. Takes me back to my karting days, this, every single time. Keeping the tractor and the combine in the same place. Make sure that we're emptying into the trailer without too much issue. And yeah, we'll get a nice full trailer off this time. It's kind of half rattling around back there. Looks like we're not going to get a full trailer. We're going to get close, but there's not quite enough here to do it. Yeah, 97% full. Can I nip past the combine? Yeah, I can. It should have done 2 headlands. 1 headland is not enough maneuvering space for that combine. The DF ran out before we hit, before we could get the load, or the grain unloaded. So I'm gonna have to take a big, I'm gonna have to take this over there and get it redone. I was hoping we were gonna make it, but yeah, it didn't happen. Right. So jump into the tractor, refuel that. We'll get actual fuel for it on the way back. But yeah, that's annoying. That was annoying. I had hoped that we were going to make it without issue. Combine's also beeping, so I'm going to have to take the Land Rover over there because it's diesel the combine's after. We'll put this over here. Not much is taken from this this IVC when stuff is refueling. Yeah, no. Back it off. Back it off. There we go. Right, put this away. I think everything probably needs refueling. Even our David Brown here is a little bit low on fuel. Could probably do with the top up. It's doing all right otherwise. We are motoring through this field. We're going to be doing a lot of baling with this over the next couple of days, I think. We want to turn around our main field, get that baled up, and get the bales collected on that, because we now actually have a use for the bales. Last year we waited on the field, we waited with the bales on the field until everything had been sold, until we were able to sell the straw, and of course that delayed everything. And the reason we're doing oats this year and not the wheat is because of that. And this year I think we could turn things around fast enough to get the wheat into there, so we're going to do that. We do need to get this field plowed and replanted next month as well. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of work on our own fields again as we continue into our second year on here. It says year 2 up the top, but yeah, we're only just into it. In fact, we're not into it yet because we started in August. So we've managed to get in and get a harvest done, 2 harvests done in under 12 months. One thing that we are at the moment is fully set up for everything that we want to do over the next year. So I'm not expecting us to end up having to shell out a lot of money on equipment or anything like that. We do need, the one thing we do need that we don't have yet is a greenhouse. So I want to get a nice big greenhouse. We should be able to do that, I think, without too much hassle, and end up with a nice output from there. We've got that other field there, I think, that we can put the greenhouses in and start producing some stuff, which will be great. Yeah, we're producing milk, we're producing eggs, we're producing flour. Ooh, we need to take on a fairly big sugar beet contract over the winter. I need sugar, and sugar beet is going to be the best way to do it. So yeah, we are going to have to spend a little while taking on a sugar beet contract. I don't even need, probably don't need a massive sugar beet contract, but having a good output of sugar beet would be great. Even if we could find a small sugar beet field we can buy and do that, that would be good as well. It all kind of depends on what's kicking around here. Hoping we can finish this field before we get another full grain tank on the combine. That's not gonna be though, so yeah, we better go empty that. It almost made it to the end of the row. We nearly had the auger into the crop. Not much left on here to harvest now though. There we go, and that'll stop there and do that. So I'm gonna go and finish the bales. So how many have we got off here so far? We are up to 13. That means we have at least 15. Now 16 bales left, or in total, because we had a we got at least 2 bales on here, probably 3. I think that is it. Wow, that last bale we've got does not have much grass in it, so let's turn it off. Let's unload 1, 2. So I think that should be 16 bales. Rock that bale off the back. There we go. 16 bales. Yes, perfect. Right. Oh no, and we need to unload the runt bale. We'll leave that in the middle there, and we'll again rock that off the back. Fold everything up. Right, and now I can start baling the straw on the main field. The New Holland tractor will be available not too distant future to be able to start getting that all wrapped up, which would be fantastic as well. So let's pop back into here. We will refuel this tractor, and then we'll get started on the bales in this field as well. Combine is running on fumes, so we'll take our full diesel trailer here and get that refueled. Don't like leaving it running on nothing. Let that get turned around, and then we'll stop it and get it started again. If I start it at the end of a row, if I stop it at the end of a row, it won't matter where it decides it wants to continue on from. And yeah, we will stop you there. Yeah, look at that. It's got nothing in the fuel tank, and the hired worker just keeps going. That's all right. We can get this turned around alongside, and we'll start it up. This is why we have our field service trailer. Got that up. Need to move forward a little bit. There we go. That should do the trick. And then back into here and refuel. While that's doing that, I might as well grab the DEF and go and refill that as well. Just refueling everything, making sure everything keeps running, because otherwise we end up slowing down and being unable to get everything done. I'm happy today though. We've pretty much done everything I wanted to do today at this point, so it's not a huge problem at the moment, other than earlier with the New Holland tractor. But right now things are running as running pretty good. It could have been going a lot worse. And combine is refueled, and then we'll refill the DEF as well. So that will work fairly quickly to do that. And while that's doing that, we can go and get this back off the field and out the way. Combine is ready again, so off that goes. Oh, everything's in the way now. Right, let's back this out then. Take this back to the yard, and yeah, that is all going again. Perfect, we're up and running. And that means that now we can crack on with the baling. So let's unfold this. We'll reset the bale counter again. So we had 17 bales in total, although that's 16 full bales off the previous field. Reset the bale counter, and then get that dropped down. Yep, and away we go onto this field here and start getting this all baled up. The time it took me to go around the field, I reached the same point as the combine. That's pretty amazing. The combine's about halfway through the field at the moment, and yeah, it took me just as long to go around the field as it did to for the combine to go through it. I reckon the combine's only got 2 rows to go. It is going to be full before the end of this row. I don't know if there's enough space in this trailer to get the rest of this field into it. Normally, I would say emptying off the combine twice if we want to go and empty into the grain store. But it's very possible that the rest of this field might fit in this trailer. I don't think it will. We're at 88% full at the end of this row. 89, yeah. I don't think there's only 10% left on this field, unfortunately. And by the time we go and tip this and come back, the combine should have reached the end anyway. So yeah, we'll go tip this and come back. And if we have less than 11% off this row, then we'll know that we could have fit it all in. Combine is reaching the end of the field. I don't think we're going to get to it. Oh no, we might get to it before it finishes. If we do, then it should open the auger up for us and still count it as working when it reaches the end if it's emptying. I hope. Nope, it didn't. Just turns the combine off rather than letting it actually empty. Turn that on. And let's get it emptying. There we go. And 10%. The rest of the field would have fit in the trailer. That's pretty amazing. So I need to get the combine out the way then, and we'll go and tip that. I don't mind that. That's fine. But yeah, we would have fit the rest of this field into there and saved ourselves just the tiniest bit of fuel by holding our ground and waiting a little bit longer. So I'm going to get this tipped, and then I think we'll go and wrap the bales, because if we can wrap the bales today, we can then concentrate on doing the straw bales next time. And yeah, that will get everything still running pretty well. And while that's tipping, I'll finish off this bit of headland, and then we'll go and wrap our grass bales ready to pick up and start letting them ferment, ready for the cows. So with that all done, how many oats did we get off that field? In storage, we've got nearly 90,000 litres of oats. They're worth over 103,000 if sold in January, but we will get them in for flour. We've actually got 43,000 litres of flour kicking around as well. So that actually is really good. That is 90,000 litres off that field. That is a very nice amount. Don't know how that compares to our wheat last year, but certainly I'm very happy with that. So yeah, let's go get these bales wrapped. Get that finished off today, and that means that next time we can just concentrate on getting the straw bales done and getting these bales collected up and the straw bales collected up, and then that's all sorted. I have just thought of some equipment that we do still need to buy. We need to buy something to mix the feed for the cows. So yeah, we're gonna need a mixing wagon at the end of this. Right, and there we go. Let's get around this field and get these done. Not taking very long. We've only got a couple of bales left. Yeah, nice and efficient and quick with this piece of kit, and this is so much quicker than collecting all this up and then getting it to be clamped and everything. Much better for us. Load that up, and then we've got one more down the bottom here. Kind of lost track where the runt bale is. I think it's somewhere in the middle of that clump up there. Right, and one more. I think that is all of them. We should be able to grab this all with our bale stacker. We can stack all these up with that, so that will be absolutely fine. And there we go. Happy with that? That is all done. Can't see any more bales. Let's have a quick count. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah. So which one is our runt bale? Oh, 6,000 litres. It's only got about 2,000 litres in it. 6,000. Oh no, there it is. 1,664. So it's this bale here. I wish I could mark it. But yeah, so we need to be aware that that is the runt bale that ideally we want to use first. And wow, I didn't refill. So I refilled the DEF on this tractor. I didn't refill the fuel, and as a result, we are a little bit low. But that's all right. We've got everything done that we want to get done. We probably want to be storing this down at the bottom near the cows. But we'll bring this round here, and I'll run that round there a little bit later. We'll get this refueled. Like so. There we go. And then into the evening, I think what I'm going to do is take the David Brown here and crack on with the baling a bit, make things a little bit easier for us next time. Yeah, that is pretty much everything we have to do on the farm today. Otherwise, it is tipping down with hail today. We have a bit of a surprise hail shower here in August. So I'm going to go round quickly, and we're going to start picking up these straw bales. We want to clear this field off today, ready for us to start looking at getting it seeded with wheat. Probably second day of August. We want to get wheat in here as quickly as possible. We have a nice setup with this. So we should be able to get all of this straw collected up. And I think we're going to try and store all of it down at the cow barn and get that down there. We also want to start picking up the silage bales that we created last time and get those down there as well. And then we should be in a position in the next couple of months to... Well, actually, no, we need to get a plow, and we need to go and plow up the grass and get it replanted this month as well. That way we can get a cut of hay done before the end of the year, and that will then sort our cows out really nicely for the next 12 months, which will be absolutely perfect. So, yeah. It's a fairly busy day on the farm. We've got a fair whack of stuff to do. I'm gonna set ourselves up doing this with a follow me. So we're gonna put this tractor on a hired worker, and then we will pick up. We will do the baling ourselves because we don't have an AI baler here. So we're gonna have to do that bit ourselves. It's not a huge problem at all. It means we get to drive the David Brown again. And yeah, we have quite a whack of bales just off the headland there. That's 7 bales. So that's a very good start. Don't know if there are any more on the field up the corner here. I don't think there are any up on this corner. I think we basically got everything as we went round. Yeah, there's nothing around there, so we'll line this up. And this hail shower shouldn't last more than an hour, and thankfully we've got all of our crops up, so it's not going to do any damage to those. We will put follow me on. We are going to shift ourselves out. I think it's 3 meters to the side. We'll find out in a moment. Let's start this up. So start up the David Brown, start up the baler, drop the pickup down, and away we go. Yeah. The sooner this hail gets out of here, the better. I don't think it's going to affect our other stuff. Is that other tractor following me? It's the only thing I need to make sure. Yes, it is. It's just following quite a way behind. State following distance 25. Side offset when full stop. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if this works. So that is on a 3 offset. That seems to be about right. Possibly 2.5 would do it, but 3 seems to get it. So we will keep this going and we'll get this caught up. With any luck, the sun will be shining in no time. The sun is coming out and the hail is gradually stopping. We must be getting fairly close to a full trailer here. How many is that? That's 12. So yeah, 2 more bales and that will be full. And I need to go and find somewhere to store these bales. I think we're going to stack them up just outside the cow barns, and then we will go and stack them underneath. We've got some cover to stack them under, but we'll have to go and do that. But yeah, that should do us well. Is that still going? I think that's still going. We may have 1 more bale, I think, to go on there. And then we'll go and do that. Last bale for this load then has dropped off the back. It's going to stop there, I think. I'm hoping it's going to, yeah, follower stopped. So it's telling me that it's full. We can then turn this off, because we don't want to leave the tractor running while we're going. Still got a little bit of hail coming down, but it's all but finished now. Yeah, there we go. All done, and we can take this and go and get it tipped. And wow, we have quite a few loads still to get off here. That is pretty good. Now, I don't think we're actually going to need more than probably the 14 bales we've got here. How many are there? Looks like we've got 3 in there already. I think I'm going to keep 28, so we'll keep 2 full loads off here. I'm going to start off by stacking them down the side here next to the animal trailer. We'll then come down here with the telehandler a little bit and get them stacked properly. So I'm going to get this as far back as possible. And I think we're probably going to store the auto stacker down here as well later. And then drop. That is not the most stable of stacks, but I'll do the job for now. Yeah, that is leaning right over. We do need to then get our telehandler down here later today and get those stacked, because I don't like the look of that at all. So I thought I'd take a quick look at what was available in the contracts, and actually there is the perfect harvesting contract. 48,040 for sorghum. Sorghum is brilliant for us. This will go to the windmill as well. But this is brilliant because we want sorghum to feed our chickens. So this should give us a nice little bit. And field 4 is massive. So we're going to borrow the items for that contract and we'll get that set up. We also have a £34,000 mowing contract. So we are going to borrow the items for that as well. And then finally, there's a £31,000 weeding contract right next door. So we're going to borrow the items for that as well. So we want to get this combine up and working on the field. It may take a couple of days for this X9 to get that field done. But we can just leave a hired worker going with it. So that will work out fairly nicely. The others, we might be better off actually getting the other equipment moving first. So let's start up the truck, Transtar. We'll get that out the way. We've got the mower and yeah, we're gonna have to take the weeder ourselves, but if we get those 2 out the way first, that will work really well for us. So hook that up, and this is a very American setup for our British map here. But then we'll be able to maneuver the combine round and get the header on the header trailer. This we can just send up to mow field 23, which will be fantastic. And there's actually a contract that I think we are going to want to take on ourselves. It's about 50,000 for doing some bale wrapping. It'll be a massive set of bale wrapping, but I think it's something we can go and do. So let's send this, create job. field work, and this is going to go and mow this field here. Start job. Then this we're going to transport down there. Yeah, mower is heading off. And this is a massive piece of kit to try and get out of here. We've had fun with this weeder on this map before. And yeah, I need to get it past the combine. So now that we've got everything else out of the way, let's move the combine round, get that out of the way, and then we can get the weeder out of here. It's going to take me an hour or two just to get this set up. So yeah, but it shouldn't take us too long to bale up all that straw and get it collected. So this won't be too bad. And this is going to bring us in 100,000 today and some chicken feed, both of which are brilliant. That though, that is on the trailer. Good. Right. With that done, let's go get this weeder started. I've gotten quite good at getting some of this big equipment down these roads. I'm impressed. This is working well. Oh, and this is one of those fields that, yeah, we have to do a hired worker on it, because it would be impossible otherwise. Now, I don't know if I can get this combine. No, I don't think I can get this combine in this gateway. Well, I think I can get the combine in the gateway. I don't think I can get the header in the gateway. So what I'm going to do is, there's actually a break in the hedge a little bit further up here. It's pretty much opposite the entrance to my field over here. And we're just going to pull this in and over here like so. And we'll drive on the crop a little bit to get everything hooked up. You would do this in real life sometimes, especially if you're struggling to get into a field. So pick that up. Back it up. Right, and then away we go with the hired worker. That should now reposition itself a little bit, and we can get the lorry and the trailer up here so that it can empty out. It's gonna take a while to get full though. With everything now set up and going, we're back to getting the bales going. And how many do we have so far? We've just dropped our first one out of the back of here. So with everything running like clockwork, in fact, we've got the weeder over there on that field, we've got the harvester over there on that field, and yeah, our mower is a long way off and not visible from here. We've all go on the farm, which is perfect. Exactly what we want. First full tank off the combine, and it's made it about halfway around the field, so I'm expecting it to want to empty out around the other side again. Don't think this will start up. Nope, it's gonna stay here. Oh, and our pickup has just missed a bale. That's slightly annoying, so take the hired worker off. Just reverse this up. Oh, there we are. Slightly unconventional, but we've got it picked up. And then we'll bring this round, line ourselves back up. And hopefully, yeah, there we go. And away we go again. And we've got 5 bales in there so far. Now there's going to be 2 jobs possibly that we need to do before we can plant this field. We need to get the mulcher on it and get this field all mulched, and any remaining straw that we've missed or anything just cleared off. We also possibly need to lime this field this year. I haven't checked it yet, but I would guess liming is something that is kind of going to be necessary for us this year. So we'll see what the state is. Otherwise, yeah, it is just going to then be a case of getting the direct seeder on here and getting this field seeded, and then the crop rolled in. So quite a fair amount of work still for us to do over the next couple of days, and we need to really get it completed today. If we have a look at the crop schedule, yeah, we can't actually. No, we can get it already today. We don't plant till September. So we've got these 2 days to clear this field off and get it ready for planting, which is actually more breathing space than I thought I actually had. Looks like our follower is full again, so we'll turn this off. Yeah, that stopped. So we have our second lot. Ooh, we might have 2 more loads off of here, I think. If we do, where we want to go and put them is down by the animal. Well, we either want to stack them on the side of the field here and then fill a trailer to sell with, or we want to go and stack them down near the animal market, ready to sell over the winter. Either way, I think would work for us. Either way, we need to restack them with a telehandler. So we'll see. I think it might be quickest just to stack them at the side of the field here. First, though, we need to go and put these down with the other stack at the cow yard, and that will give us plenty of bales for the winter. And we might even be able to make some manure too. Do I dare stack this second bales next to the first one? This could make a lot of mess, to be honest. So I don't know exactly how this is going to go. Let's pick it up. Yeah, you can see how badly those are leaning. They're stable at the moment, but as soon as this second set goes anywhere near them, they're going to get wobbly. There we are. Not the straightest of stacks. They are there. There we go. Wow. Yeah, I don't trust those staying there very long. We need to get those moved. I think a stiff breeze is going to knock them. Combine is full again over here, and just going to try and squeeze down the side and get it emptied into the middle section, which I haven't put anything in yet. Yeah, this trailer will take 3 different types of crop. Once we've got this full, which we're going to be close to 80%, I think, off this load. What we'll do is get this out the way. I think we're going to let the combine keep going round. Yeah, we're only 53% full, so we are maxed out. I think the harvest on that field is going to get interesting, because if that trailer is maxed out with 53%, we're going to have to pretty much go and tip after every time we empty from that combine in order just to keep that combine running. That is a little bit concerning. I think what we might have to do is get that full trailer, that full 53% every time. Yes, the combine will fill up quicker, but it might be enough time to get the combine. It might be enough time to tip and get back to the combine without having to break off the work we're doing on this field too much. Certainly it feels like it's going to take us both days to get that field harvested, and I'm kind of wondering if we might be better off using our own tractor and trailer rather than the lorry, because the lorry feels like it's just not doing that much. These roads really not built for this truck. Quite a little bit of a trek to get round here. So we've got a fair amount of flour actually waiting for us down here. Let's see if we can turn this in, take it quite wide, pull in and empty. We'll see how this does. I don't think anything is going to be finished today. The weeding is the closest. It is at 83%. That might get finished today. The this though, this is only 15% done, and I think our combine is full again. Yeah, this is going to be quite a big job, and I think we might have to concentrate once we've got our own baling sorted. We might have to concentrate on getting this contract done, because it looks like there's a lot more effort to this than I originally thought. Time is ticking on, and I think in the interest of making sure that I get all of this baled today, what we're gonna have to do is stack the excess bales that we've got now at the side of the field, and then we'll load them up later. That way we can be sure that we'll minimize the amount of time we're on the field, and we can set the mulcher going on here next time while we concentrate on getting that contract on field 4 out and getting a good amount of money for it, because yeah, it's only 17% done at the moment. If we're lucky, we might get it as high as 25% before the end of the day, but it's not in the greatest of positions. The weeder has finished its contract, so I am going to collect on that. 30,773. Harvester is nearly full again. We don't have anything else worth a huge amount. Well, we do. We've got some harvesting contracts that are worth a massive amount of money. I wouldn't like to take on any of those, though, I don't think. And there's the baling contract, and there's the bale wrapping contract. I think that is possibly something to do on my own time. Maybe if we have a spare day, I could do that off camera and get myself a nice bit. But our combine is full again, and I'm not going to muck around with getting the combine out of the crops and things. It's annoying that it's doing this, but this is a contract, and we're not actually going to destroy any of our crops by doing this. I'm going to fill up the middle, because I think the middle will probably take all of this. Finish things off. It didn't take much more than the middle last time. Yeah, 50, 51, 52, 53, and max. Yeah, pretty much perfect. Right. I'll go tip this, and then, yeah, we should hit 25% today. That's not too bad, actually, because we didn't actually begin this until the middle of the day. Only way to easily get around here is to go through the garden centre, take it wide, and then in. And even then, it's got such a weird turning circle on this. Yeah, you got to go really wide. So we go right up to the hedge here, and round. You can see, even then, that only just clears it. That's a little bit ridiculous. Let's drive in here the right way this time. Round here. Over here. Combine is full again. Get up. Yeah, there we are. That's the first one. And we're up to 13%. Why that's not empty. There we go. That's all 3 under now. That is the middle one. And yeah, we're easily going to make 25%. There we go. So I'm happy with that. That's good progress. Our second contract for the day is finished. So that's the mowing contract done. So 34,095 we can collect on that as well. And again, we'll just have a quick check, see if there's anything to grab overnight. Nope, there isn't. So we'll see what there is in the morning. New Holland is dangerously low on DEF, and I'm hoping it's going to have enough to make it to pick up one more bale. Because if we can pick up one more bale, we'll go and dump those at the side of the field, and then we will load up the DEF. There's not a huge amount left on this field now. We've got maybe half a dozen more rows, so I think I'll be able to clear those out tonight. There's not really gonna be any another full trailer, I don't think. We're pretty close. Let's see if there's enough DEF in this tractor to make it over to the DEF tank, or I'm gonna have to bring it over here. Nope, we need to refuel, so I'll have to bring the DEF tank to the tractor rather than bringing the tractor to the DEF tank, which is a little bit annoying, but that's not end of the world. We are gonna have a few more bales off this field, so we'll get those cleared off tonight, and that means we'll be able to get this field weeded next time. Not weeded, get this field mulched next time, and see if we can finish off that £50,000 contract that we have. We are going to be starting off today by trying to get the field, our field 5. We want to get that mulched, ready for reseeding next month. We also probably want to see if we can get any lime on it if it needs it. I don't think it needs any lime. Let's have a quick check on that. So if we have a look in here on soil composition, yeah, we're actually fine. So we just need to get this mulched, ready for reseeding next time. So let's lift that up and get it here. I think it will need reliming after the next harvest. We are on our third crop on it, so yeah. Now this I think is set up for weeding at the moment and not mulching, so we need to take this round to our workshop over here and just back this in. We are going to be continuing on with the harvesting contract that we've got today. We want to get that finished off. I'd also like to see if there are any other contracts we can have going in the background, because obviously continuing to bring money in would be very useful. Have a look. So we should be able to customize this and configuration standard or a mulcher. So we are going to switch it over to its mulching configuration. And oh no, I actually need to customize it. So mulch it, mulcher and customize. We've already been using it as this. There we go. It's dropped it off the back, interestingly, and taken it out of the target. But connect it up, start up the tractor, lift it up. Right, and then we can get this started. The rain shouldn't continue much beyond 10 o'clock today, so I think we'll be fine after that. We're going to take the David Brown in a minute and start collecting up the silage bales. I think we want to go round and get that done today. I'm not quite sure. Oh, I think I put my bale collector up down the bottom. Yeah, we want to go onto this field. I forgot where I was going for a minute. We've got enough fuel in the tractor. We're good otherwise. Right, so we'll bring this round to here, into the entrance of the field, and we'll set the hired worker off doing this job. Yeah, it should be all fine. Get that all unfolded. That is heading off. That is going to start with that headland, and mulching it goes. So what contracts are available to us today? There is this bale wrapping contract, but if we're going to have to babysit the harvest, we're not going to really be able to do that. There's a baling contract down on 31, which we could, well, we might be able to get the, might be able to get courseplay doing. There's another harvesting contract on 16. There's a massive harvesting contract that we don't have enough hours to do down on 22. There is a nice little hoeing contract that would earn us a little bit of cash. So I think I might take that. Yeah, we borrow the items for that contract. Okay, so that will give us an extra sort of 16,000. That bale wrapping contract is going to be massive and will take us most of the day to do. I'm intrigued to see if we can get this one going. It's half the amount. And actually, I want to test something. We got a test to do, I think. So as I mentioned, we'll take David Brown and go and collect up the silage bales. We want to get them down to the cows. We want to get that small weeding contract, the small hoeing contract, that going. So we'll do that once we've got down to the cows and got this all hooked up. But the test I want to see if I can do is when I have a bale wrapper, can I get the bale wrapper to work with courseplay in the same way as I can get the bale stacker to work with courseplay? Will courseplay go round a field and wrap bales for me? Let's see. It might not work. It might not be possible. I'm intrigued by this as to whether that might work. Because if I'm doing... So if I have this along with this trailer, let's see what this does. Yeah, that will do. Okay. We're going to try something today then. So we'll go back in here. We will borrow the items for that as well. And we'll head up to the shop and we'll go and sort these bits out. So here's the hoe along with, or the styer along with the hoe and the front weight. So we'll hook all of those up. Yeah, look at all the settings on this. I really kind of hope that this does work, because this would be a massive money spinner if it does work. Because wrapping bales just can make you so much money. This one we don't need courseplay on for. We do need to send it down to the field. So the hoeing is 34, right next to where we're doing the other bit. So if we select this, create job, and field work, and 34, we'll start it at that corner there and start job. I'm hoping that is going to make it there without too much issue. Yep, that's headed off. And then we want to start this up as well. Right, and we'll send this down to the bottom and we'll see if this will actually do field work with a bale wrapper. That will be quite amazing if it does. So we'll send this down the bottom. Where are we? Select the tractor, create job, go to, and I want you to go to this point here and start job. Right. And look at that. Our T7 is already on the second headland of this field. So while those are doing that, we're gonna quickly go and whip around our grass field. Hopefully, I got this in here. I'm hoping I can get it out. But yeah, we're gonna whip around our grass field, collect up all of our silage bales and get them back to here. That way we should be able to feed the cows by the end of the day as well. And into the field, let's collect these up. I don't think this will be more than a couple of trips. And yeah, already this grass is growing back nicely. By the end of the year, we should be able to get a good second cut off this, which will be perfect. Yeah, that will give us a nice cut of hay come October time. August, September, October. Yeah, so 3 months regrowth. We should have a good collection of hay off here as well, especially if we can get some fertilizer on here. If we can fertilize this as well, that will do us really well on this field. Now, I think this one here, is this our... No, that's not our partial. Have I already picked up the partial bale? No, the partial bale is that one. So we want to leave that for now until right at the end. That will come in the second batch. And try and collect that up as the last bale off this field. Yeah, there's only 3 after that, so that will become a very obvious bale. 1 more after this. And that is a full stack of 14 bales. Fantastic. We're going to restack all of these into the silage clamp, which will be a good place to store them. Yeah, that is great. I already knew that, to be honest. We knew we had 16 bales, 16 and a bit bales off here. Yeah, this is going to keep the cows fed very nicely, I think. Back it in. And then up. Get the telehandler in here in a little bit, and we'll restack these so that they're not sticking over the top so much. And there we go. That will drop there rather nicely. Perfect. That is a great space to store those. And now I can go and see if we... Oh, we got the last few to pick up. Before we do that, this has arrived in place. And yeah, we got a field full here. So let's see if we can bring up this. Let's set this. Yeah, this field here. Field work, target position, start at first waypoint, generate field work course. Oh, wow. That has... I don't think that's meant to... No. So clear the current course. Restart that. Let's select the right course and start job. Look at that. That is going to go round, and a hired worker is going to wrap the bales on this field. That is absolutely fantastic. Oh, that is going to save us so much time. Suddenly, we have another huge money earner for us on here, because those bale wrapping contracts, while they take a while, are really lucrative. And yeah, having having a hired worker go around to do that for us just is brilliant. We can actually do a hired worker doing what we're doing now. You can set a hired worker to go around with courseplay and collect bales from a field, which is also great. Of course, it stops every time it gets full, which is not something that's going to happen with the bale wrapper. So yeah, I'm very happy with that, to be able to say, right, we can take on the bale wrapping contract and we can do that. That is gonna be such a lucrative setup. That's probably going to be, well, that will be more lucrative than the harvesting contract that we've got on at the moment, which is worth about the same amount of money, but also requires us to babysit the combine harvester. I want to reverse these last 3 bales into this space, get them round and in. I was wondering why the rain wasn't easing up, and it's because I didn't have the time running. So I think what we'll probably do is get this unloaded and then fast forward a little bit to the actual point where the rain disappears. In fact, let's start that off now, because we do kind of need this rain to disappear before we can continue on. Going to use fuel and everything quite quickly on the equipment that is running, but that's okay. Let's drop that, because yeah, we want to get up to 10 o'clock That's done. Right. I think we can put this away, and then we'll see if we can pick up with the harvest. It looks like the mulcher found a bale I didn't know about. I thought we'd collected all the bales off this field. Apparently not. So I need to pop into here. We're going to restack the bales anyway while we wait for this rain to finally disappear. It is very annoying, actually. Really want to get on with stuff and can't. So let's get this rogue bale collected up. We're not actually taking all the straw bales down to cows. We ended up piling a load of them up here in the yard. And that way we'll just load them all onto trailers later, onto a trailer later. Just dump that there. With the rain having stopped, we want to get this started again. So start up the combine. It is half full of sorghum, and it is not going to continue from where it is. Let's see if we can gently encourage it, or at least do the end of this row ourselves. But yeah, don't want that. Start this up. Down with the header. And even if I can get it to the end of this row and then send it off doing another bit, that would work. End of the row. Let's see whether it continues on. Yeah, it's going to go where it wants to go. I always try and go for realism within the bounds of the game. And the game's bounds right now are the combine is not going to move out of the crop in order for me to unload. So in this contract, I am going to have to drive into the crop to do that, because as we know, the contract harvester is a very fickle thing. Bring round here. Should be able to get around the back of the combine, hopefully without clipping it, and unload. And yeah, we've got about another 15%. So the harvester won't be anywhere near empty when we're filled up. So we're back up at the windmill, and we're emptying out the middle section at the moment, and then the back. We're up to 43% transported, and then the front. And I think we'll probably end up putting any excess from this contract that we get into here as well. We're 99%. In fact, there we go. On the hoeing contract, it is complete. So let's collect on that. Yes. And see if there's anything else we can get going for the afternoon. So there is a baling contract, which I don't know how well that will work, even with course play. There's a small mowing contract on 3. There's a ploughing contract on 2. Rock removal and wood transport. Not really much we can do. Really, it's only the baling contract. And with 10 hours to go, do you know what? I'm going to see if we can get that to work. So let's start this up. The little Xylon. Fantastic tractor this. And baler. And we'll send that to the field. And then we're not going to use the AI baler because we don't have an AI baler. But we can use course play. And if we can work out how to get the field done, then we will be absolutely laughing. But I don't know how easy this is going to go. If this has gone, if these aren't straight lines on here, if these aren't lines I can define with course play, that might be an issue. Gonna cut the corner into here. Right, so we are here. Now, I don't think we can do this with a hide worker. And those aren't looking to be overly straight lines on here, I don't think. So this may be something that we have to do in between the actual doing of the unloading the combine, which not a huge problem. Let's see how fast we can go with this. And I think we've got the stop-go baling, so we should be all right. Auto unload, stop-go baling, we are good. I've done 2 bales so far for 3%, so that's 1.5% per bale. We're looking at somewhere around... Yeah, we're up to 4%. Oh, wow, that's actually not that quick. Yeah, we're looking at possibly up to 100 bales off here. So this could take a little bit of time. It's going fairly swiftly, so I'm not too worried about that. But of course, all the time that we're here doing this, we've got to watch it, because we could end up losing a lot of time to carting on the big field that we've got. With this bale, this will be the last 120 centimeter bale. I've upped the bale size to 180 centimeters. That means we should be able to keep going a little bit further before we stop. And as a result, that should speed things up quite nicely. Definitely have. Every bale now is worth over 2%. That is fantastic. And our combine is about to be full again. So let's get this emptied out, and we'll go and tip this, and then we can continue on with the baling. Also, our mulcher has finished. So this does need a little bit of work doing. Just across the headlands, because apparently it's missed a couple of bits. Yeah, there's a lot going on right now, and limited time to get things finished. I have a feeling we're going to be doing that baling contract into the evening. Not a big problem. I think that's very doable. We're already, as I said, 10% of the way through it. And the only reason that I'm not handling it right now is because I want to get this away. Not a moment too soon as well. We have a, well, the fuel and the DEF is a little bit low. So we'll go and get these refilled before we put this stuff away. But I'm happy with this. This is great. We've got this field ready, and that means we can put wheat in here next time. So we're going to be replanting this with wheat for next year, and that should be very profitable. Although next year's crop will be sort of the last thing we do, but we probably won't make much profit off it, simply because that will be our last harvest before we finish. I would love to send this to go and deliver on its own, but the size of the trailer and everything just makes it impossible. And because we were mucking around with the weeder just then, we have a full tank on the harvester. So, yeah, we're running a little bit behind time with this one. 2 contracts that I have to babysit does not bode well for doing them quickly. Switching to the larger bales has definitely sped things up. We are at nearly 25% of the way through this contract now. Our combine is getting near full again, so we're going to end up emptying that out. The bale wrapping's going well, and yes, we are going into the evening for this. But I'm quite happy. We are looking at making a huge amount of money today. I think we could end up making as much as we could make as much as 200,000 off doing the contract today. Certainly this month we're going to make over 200,000. This contract is so very nearly finished now. We've got just a couple of rows of sorghum left to do. So that will be finished off. The bale wrapper is almost there as well. And then all we need to do is get the bales done on 31. And that will be us complete for the day. Contract is finished on that field. Yep, harvesting is done. So we've just got the excess sorghum to go. And there's quite a bit of excess sorghum. That is going into our windmill production. So yeah, we've got a load of space for that. So we will put sorghum flour. We will activate that. And I think we probably want to be delivering this directly to our directly to the bakery. So we will distribute anything we've got. So all this flour can distribute to the bakery, and the only stuff then that we need to worry about transporting down to the bakery are the pallets that are currently sitting outside. And the harvester has completed as well. So we'll just empty out the rest of this. And then I can go and put that in there as well. Oh, there's no fuel in the harvester at all. That is going to be a pain. Found a way to do it. If I hire a worker, it will actually empty it, which is good, because it is running on fumes. The last 13,000 litres into here. And we'll dump this out. Not much in each of these sections except for the front one. And once this is done, we can go and concentrate on the last bit of baling, because the wrapper is nearly complete as well. Wrapper contract is complete too, so just last 50% to do on the baling. We're getting very near to the end now, 97% complete. And that will bring us into the end of the day. Only, yeah, 1 row, 2 rows to go. I'm hoping that even missing a couple of little bits around the field isn't going to cause an issue. The fact we're at 98%, I'm hoping won't. So let's just grab this last little bit. I thought this was going to be complete before now, but it's not. 99%. Here we go. Last full row. There's 2 very little bits that I know about on this field that are missed. One is right to the right of this row here, and the other is right down the bottom end of the field. But that is it. You don't need to go any further than this last bale. Let's turn that off. And turn this off, because this has finished work. Okay, let's look at our contracts. So we've got 45,694 for the wrapping. We've got 22,160 for this, and 46,740 for this. So that's nearly 150,000 we're going to make today. Let's collect on all 3 of these contracts. And then I want to have a quick look at the finances. Look at that. 182,000, and we spent a little bit. Yeah, we've made nearly 200,000 in 2 days, in 1 month. That is amazing. The most that we've made for a while. We are going to be sorting out field 5. We're going to be getting it planted with the wheat. I'm just filling the quad track up here with some fuel. And yeah, field 5 here, we want to get the wheat in. I think we are in first day planting for wheat. Let's have a quick look. Yes. So first day planting for wheat. We should be able to get it in, rolled and weeded today, which is fantastic. I think our field itself is pretty good condition. We've actually got rid of all the weeds, but those will reappear. Fertilization is not too bad. Plowing it doesn't need lime. It won't need rolling until after we have planted it. Fully mulched apart from the sections that were hit by the hail just before we managed to do all the baling, and we got no stones, and watering is not a thing. So yeah, we're in pretty good condition here. We might also try and sort out the bales. I tried to sort out the bales down by the cows last time. It's actually a little bit that I cut out of the last video. Oh, the seeder's around the other side. But unfortunately, I did knock all the bales over. So we might try and clear that out today if we can. But this field very much is what we want to concentrate on. It also likes to get some contracts going in the background again. We are still working towards that £1 million, and we're going to skip most of the winter this year, I think. Forward a little bit. Yeah, hook that up. We have oats in here at the moment, so let's change that over to the wheat. There we go. And we do have the crop of linseed on here, but I don't, the trouble I have with this map is I don't have anywhere to process linseed. It would be processed into an oil and it doesn't really fit into our setup here. I'm not even sure, when is linseed's planting? Linseed. Oh, we could plant linseed now, actually. It's got quite a big planting window. So I could do this field with linseed, but we're going to stick with the wheat. What I do want to do is grab some solid fertilizer and some seeds and just refill this with both of those first. And I've left my JCB down here. You can see the stacking I was doing. There's a big pile of, or big mud hole at the far end of that. Yeah, and then all my other bales are there in a complete mess. That is not overly helpful to us, but we'll go and refill our seeder here and get that going, and we can go from there. So my spare seeds are in here. We've got a couple of pallets and a bag as well. Let's just restack that a little bit. We'll take this pallet out first. We do have a little bit of fertilizer as well. Is that a bag of seeds? We got a lot of seeds actually. Fertilizer we don't have so much of, but seeds we have plenty. But just bring this over to here. Is that gonna open up? No, so we'll have to open it up ourselves. Try that. Yeah, turn that back on, refill the seeder. Solid fertilizer. If we got a couple of 1,000 litres in the shed, we'll be fine. There is still more seeds, though, that we can put in here. So let's load these remaining seeds up, and then I'll see how much solid fertilizer we've got. So it looks like we have a full thing of seeds without emptying out that bag, so that's good. Yeah, that's taken all of our seeds except for however much is left in this bag, which doesn't look like a huge amount. We definitely don't have enough fertilizer to refill all this, though. Looking at this, that is been emptied from the seeder previously, and as a result is also a little bit low. Let's bring this in. Oh, it's not bad though. 807 litres. That's more solid fertilizer in this than I thought I was going to have. That's actually a decent amount. So that should be at least enough to get us started, which is great news. So up with this. Let's see, over here. Oh, there we go. Nice and easy refill. And with that done, we can close up the cover. Take this onto the field. And 70% solid fertilizer, 100% wheat. That is now... Actually, before I do that, how many headlands is this doing? 3 headlands. Okay, so 3 headlands, that is all good. I also think if we were to switch this... I can't change the headland angle, otherwise, yeah, I'd send that going across rather than up and down. It'd be much, the lines would be completely unbroken, but never mind. Okay, right, set this going then, and that's off. And I want to sort out the roller. So to do that, we're going to grab the David Brown, and we're going to stick this on the roller this time, which is over here. And this will work a lot better than the one we had last time. I think the one we had last time actually got updated, but this is not the updated version. Or this is not the other one. We can just check that. Let's have a look. If we have a look in the shop at the rollers, which are down here somewhere. There they are, rollers. So we've got 2 Tallboy power rolls in here. This is the one we've got, which is the one that isn't customizable. And this is the one that we had, which is customizable. But this is the one that also had the weirdness to it. So we've switched that out. This is 12.3 foot. Yeah. So this is a decent sized roller and will do us well. So we'll be using that on here. The other thing I want to be using is this. And now this is the mulcher we used last time, but we want to run it over the field as a weeder. So let's come in here, customize that. We want it standard, customize it, yes. Okay. Next service is due 124,000 on the New Holland, so we're good. Start it up. I do with the front weight on this actually. Do I own a front weight? Yes. Oh no, that's. It would be in here. No, I think I'm going to go and run down to the shop while we got a moment and just put a front weight on this because this is definitely rearing backwards. And actually, as we're down here at the shop, I think we can get the contract set up as well. So let's just park well out of the way over here. Like so. Just stop that there. Then I want to actually, I was gonna, no, let's get the weight first. I think we have a New Holland. We got these New Holland weights here. Thought I had some other New Holland weights, but we got some other bits and pieces. What is the weight of this New Holland? 1,000. I am very tempted then to put something like that or like this on for 1,000. Sticker, tractor bumper, vent. Oh, I need to customize this. Yeah, I think we need a New Holland agriculture on it. I like the black poles, the main color. Okay, yeah, we want the black as the main color. Design color, I want the New Holland blue. Yep. And then the second design color. We're going to have to go with Challenger yellow. I think. No. We'll go with the New Holland yellow. Yeah, oh, sorry. The John Deere yellow. That's close enough. Yep, I like that a lot. 5,000 for that. I'm not meant to be spending lots of money. But then we can send this back to the farm. Is what we'll do. Start her up. Get this hooked up. Hopefully this weight is enough. Go. Right. That allows me actually to see where that weight is. But oh, I love the look of that. That looks absolutely amazing. So we'll send this back to the farm. Best place is about here-ish, I think. Nope, it can't reach that. Try again. Set destination. Set it here. Okay, can reach that. that's working. And so now we want to get some contracts going. Can't get it going on a baling contract. Absolutely can do a cultivating contract. Oh, field 15, harvesting for 2 days. What is it harvesting? Sorghum. That would be a very, very good contract to do. For 60,000 though, that is going to take forever. We could, where is that delivering to? That is delivering to the windmill. That might do the job. We might be able to do something with that. There's a massive ploughing contract with the plains. I think we'll let this go in the background. So I'm going to borrow the items for that. We'll get that running in the background. I am going to take this £60,000 harvest contract. We will borrow the items for that as well and get that set up. And then other than that, I think the £23,000 contract here is our best bet. What are these? So not really. Is that for that's parsnips, potatoes, and carrots? We are going to need a sugar beet contract. Yeah, I don't think we can get that baling contract going either, unfortunately. So yeah, it's going to be borrow items for the oh wow, we don't have enough space. And that's because this combine is taking up a massive area. Look at this. So this is the versatile 530 DT. This is from the Plains and Prairies DLC. And it's the big brother to the other versatile tractors. Not a piece of kit from this DLC that I've tried yet. So I'm quite pleased to have it on here to be able to give it a try out. I'm going to hook it up to... Hopefully hook it up to this. Oh, really? That is superb. We're going to need something to hook that to that plow because this doesn't have a 3-point. So I think I've found something that will help us solve this problem. I've popped off to the mod hub and in there I found this piece of kit. The Gregor Besson trail lifter. It's 15,000. I'm gonna leave it as default color. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, this should do the trick. And I think this might be useful with our own bit of kit. And we buy that for 15,000. We'll keep that knocking around. Yeah, I think that this might be useful with our own tractor. If we are needing to use it for doing any ploughing or anything. So let's see if we can get this all hooked up. It's already 20 to 12, so we're mucking about with the time a little bit right now. Can I get a hold of this? Getting this out of here is going to be a little bit difficult, I think, with the whole maneuvers. And there we are. Connect that up there. Let's pull forward a bit. And I'll see if I can back this up down the side of the combine without hitting the combine, preferably. There we are. Managed to get myself around. Forward a little bit, back a little bit. Yeah, lots of weird maneuvering with this to get it out of here. Very close round. Yeah, there we go. Right, we'll get this down to the field, get this set up, and then we'll get back for the combine and get that going because, yeah, time is a ticking. I actually think this might add a little bit more maneuverability to the tractor and the setup. Although if I could turn the wheel in early enough, then that would make it easier. Yeah, not making it a lot easier for myself at the moment. We know we can go through further up, but I needed to turn a little bit earlier than I have, and now the whole thing is not going to back up where I want it to, is it? Oh, I said this is going to make it easier for me to turn into the field and then make it hard for myself, but no. Oh, wow. Yeah, that bounced off. Maybe not. Maybe it would have been wiser to have gone in further up. Anyway, let's get this set up. We want, I think actually I'm going to take it up to 8 because it's a little bit longer. Okay. And away it goes. And hopefully that can get this field done. Get the header onto our header trailer here. Drop that off. That's in the right place. Yeah, there it is. Right, and then we can get this S7 up to the field and get this started. I think we might try courseplay this time. See if we can get the carting and the combine running nice and smoothly. We've got a tractor and trailer, so it might run a little bit better. Not gonna get through there. Yeah, there we go. Little bit of scraping, but we're all right. Okay, so we'll bring the tractor and trailer up behind. It is 20 to 1 in the afternoon already on here, so better get it up to the field quickly and get it started. So it's just gone 10 past 2 and it's taken us half the day, over half the day, to get the combine up to the field here. So let's see if we can get the header into a place where I can easily get it onto the combine and set things up. We'll just take the hired worker off the tractor and trailer. There we go. And there we are. Let's disconnect this. Unfold combine. And yeah, we will get this going on the we'll get this going on courseplay, and hopefully we can do some courseplay karting as well. That there. Start it up. Into the field we can go a little bit. Right, let's bring up courseplay and generate a course. So field work. Field position is here. Field position, yeah, there. First waypoint, generate me a course. I really should have checked my fieldwork settings before doing this, though. Yeah, that is not right. So, we want 2 headlands. We want start work on the headland. We want to do headland direction of clockwise. Actually, I think that might work. 7% field center. We want lands, 6 lands. Yeah. So let's generate that fieldwork course. There we go. That's much better. Okay. So start job, and that I hope is going for first waypoint. Nope. First waypoint stop. Let's see where it's actually going, and away it goes. Right, that should turn around and get itself in position, I hope. And then if we bring this up to the field, there should be an option to, yeah, basically do this. So unload combine, it's on the correct field. Unload on the field. Right, we want to unload this into the windmill. Activate that. Hopefully, position missing. Target position here. Field position here. Okay, and start job. There we go. So with any luck, this should now run itself, I hope. And that means we can get the equipment for the final job that we want to do today. Unfortunately, not the baling one. It's going to have to be the cultivating. Nothing else has come up that's really worth it, so we will borrow the items for that. And the cultivating is field 31, so we should be able to get this equipment and get that started without too much hassle. So start it up, and we will set this off to work. This should bring us in some easy money today. It'll be, I think it might even finish before the others. I can't believe plowing contract is only at 1%. I am going to have to go and check on that, because that is slightly worrying. As I thought, this has got very stuck. Right. Maybe, just maybe, we don't want to get the hired worker on this. I don't know why it is up this end of the field. I mean, that is really weird. So the combine is nearly full. I'm expecting it to create an area where it will now get the tractor and trailer to unload. There we go. I thought it was going to have trouble, but nope, this does seem to be actually unloading the combine. Oh, and the plow seems to have decided it's going to go through the middle of the field. Well, maybe this will just get on with it now. Meanwhile, the quad track itself is doing a grand job. It's got plenty of fuel, it's got plenty of fertilizer, and it's got plenty of seeds. Yeah, this is making damn good progress across this field. And our combine is emptying into our trailer, which is fantastic. How full is our trailer? 27%. Given the sorghum's weight last time, oh, look at that, reversing out very nicely. I wonder if we're going to run into the same problem with how much this can hold. However, we know that this will actually should actually go and tip it itself, so I've got high hopes that things are going to run a little bit more smoothly. One thing I do want to check is that the gates are all open along this path, because I bet the tractor and trailer want to come this way to tip everything. So yeah, if we make sure that these are open, then we should have no issues at all getting this stuff delivered to the windmill. I think this plow is definitely having a lot of issues with this. It doesn't quite know how to handle this. Unfortunately, I need to get it back on the row here. Either that, or we might be better off trying to run this field with courseplay. Let's give that a whirl instead. Either that, or I'm gonna have to basically abandon this. So headlands, we want to do, I'm going to do 10 headlands. We want to do center first, up, down. Yeah, okay, generate me that course. And there we go. Right, let's go get this started at the first waypoint, which is up the top end of the field there. And hopefully this will run a little bit better on courseplay rather than the hired worker. This is why I don't like doing plowing contracts, even ones that are this well paid, because even with a hired worker, they don't work that well. And this has made 3% in all the time. The wrong equipment and the wrong setup. And right, away it goes. And we'll see if this works instead. And as you might have noticed just then, the combine is full. The interesting thing about this is now we're going to see if this will actually go off and tip this without any issue in the windmill, which of course wasn't a basic is a modification I made to the map to add it. And 41% on the trailer is the maximum. That is not great. The combine is coming before the tractor's out the way as well. And I think we might have to get this tractor to go and tip at like 40%. Empty. Oh, is it gonna? Oh no, it is moving. So yeah, I think it's gonna go and try and get this tipped. I think either the seeder or the tractor is gonna have to go in for repairs after this. I am slightly disappointed that of the situation we got here. We're so little into all of our contracts. It's not funny. This is probably the worst we've had it for a setup like this. And oh yeah, I wanted to check. Do I have a 3-point on this? I do have a 3-point on this. So yeah, we've also spent 15 grand where we didn't need to. I don't know. This all feels a little bit bad on the contracting side today, even if we have actually got the wheat going in very nicely in our actual field. Looks like the the plow managed to turn around at the far end though. Will it manage it at this end? I think we'll watch it and see what happens this time. Yeah, maybe Courseplay is the answer. Maybe Courseplay will handle this contract a bit better. Either way, I think these contracts are going to be going well into the evening. Wow. The tractor hasn't even worked its way out of the field yet, and the combine is full again. This may be quite a long way round that this goes. And our cultivator is actually working its way through the field quite nicely. It is the last contract we started, and it is 21% of the way through. With everything else automating quite nicely now, I think we're going to go and tip and do the carting for this field. It took so long to get to the edge of the field, and then it just stopped there. So I don't think it's handling it very well. So yeah, I'll drive this tractor and we'll get the carting done with this. It's already 6:05 though. I think it's going to be an early start next time and see if we can clear these contracts off. They're again worth about 150,000 if we can clear them off. So it is important for us to get them done, along with getting our wheat finished being planted and rolled and weeded. So we're headed back down to the sorghum field in the John Deere here, picking up from where we left off last week, and sort of trying to clear off these multiple contracts we have. We are 47% of the way through the cultivating, so that is still ongoing. We are only 9% of the way through this contract for harvesting, so I am going to be pushing this contract fairly hard today. While our seeding continues on field 5, so that should continue on a bit. And whether this ploughing contract gets done, I think it will do. I think we'll end up leaving it well into the night to get done. But there's a lot of work still to do on that. And if I bring up my map and have a look, it is still going. So there is that. Our stuff is still working. I would like to get field 5 rolled and weeded today as well. And that should happen because our seeder at the moment is doing the headlands, so that should clear those off fairly quickly. So yeah, all in all, I think we've got a good chance of getting a really decent amount of money in today, along with getting our field sorted as well. And our combine is up the top corner here. It is just repositioning itself. I'm hoping we can get it emptied without it being too much problem. Oh no, it is gonna, it's making space for itself to unload, which isn't necessary really, because we left it last time in a position where it should be able to unload. But are we close enough? Not quite. Okay, let's back this up then. Yeah, its maneuverings put me out of position, but if we get this into here, we should be good. And I might try and empty along the side of the field here, see if we can fill this trailer up to maximum before we have to go and tip it again. Meanwhile, you can see here our quad track is on this headland, so that is just working its way in. As soon as that's done, we'll get the roller on, and then we'll get the weeder to follow behind the roller. Both those tractors can go at the same time. And this is the big issue at the moment. I hope this tractor just keeps going. If this tractor keeps going and is able to complete this, then we'll be absolutely fine. So combine is back at harvesting. So I'm just going to go along the side of the field here. I'd forgotten that we haven't even got a single headland done on this yet. So this is, yeah, this is going to be our big job for the day, getting this field all cleared out so that we're actually able to make a bit of cash off these contracts. There's a lot of money in these contracts today, and as a result, we really need to get them done. I can see the windmill out the window. I can see our cultivator working in the field there. So that is 63% of the way through that cultivator. But yeah, so we got our windmill. Our windmill is working. It's actually working through a load of extra sorghum, getting that up to the bakery for flour. And my real question is, can we get all the way up here, tip this, and get back to the field before the combine is full again? That it would be really useful if we could. We are all the way down here. Let's tip this then. And if we have a look at the combine is 73% full. I don't see how we get back in time to empty that. Yeah, there we go. We're not even back to the bottom of the hill here, and the combine has a full grain tank. So we'll have to go and empty that. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of back and forth today. I am very pleased. Everything else seems to be running smoothly at the moment, and touch wood, it will continue to while we yeah, just run back and forth with this. The fuel we are burning through on this John Deere is ridiculous, though. We are, well, we've done 15% of the field, and we are down to 1/3 of a tank, so we're probably going to have to nip back to the yard at some point and get this tractor refueled as well. Our harvester is so big, actually, that this is one of those fields that it will knock out very quickly if we get it moving and if we can keep it moving. So I want to get the maximum amount into this trailer and immediately turn and tip and see if we can get all the way around this, all the way there and back before the combine is full again, because if I can do that, then we have half a chance of clearing this field today. If I can't, then yeah, it's going to be very stop-start on here, and I might have to seek an alternative way of doing this, quite possibly. Ideally, I need to keep the combine going, and at the moment, we seem to be struggling a little bit to do that. Combine is empty and the amount is going up slowly. We are keeping it moving as much as we can at the moment. Well, we want to keep emptying out. There we go. We're full. Quick turnaround. I think we're at the edge of the map there. That is not good. Yeah, we can't get round there. Gonna have to wait till the combine goes. Already that's delaying us, and we are about as far from the corner of the field as we can get. I think I've identified a more direct route. If we go down between fields 13 and 14 and through the yard, that looks much shorter than going all the way around the top of field 17. So I'm going to try that. We'll see if that is any quicker for us. I'm kind of hoping it's going to be, because if it is, that could cut our time down quite a bit. In the meantime, and when we're tipping this, field 5 is done. Our seeder is done on there. So I want to get our roller going, and I want to get our weeder going, and get that field turned around, because that is the most important thing today. So coming up to the windmill, turn in and tip. Right, how full is the combine? 76%. That took us just as long. As a result, I am going to take a little bit of time out, and we will get the rolling started on here. So unfold the rollers, try not to hit that, bring it into this corner, and set the hired worker going. Then I'm going to try and do the same with this, and hopefully they won't interfere with each other. Already that combine is full again. That is immensely annoying. Right, so if I then go like this here and do the same thing, is this going to do the headlands, or is it going to do... I think that's going to try and do the headlands. It doesn't matter. As long as these two tractors don't get in the way of each other, it doesn't matter the order in which these jobs are done. They just need to get done. Right, I'm going to try and send the tractor and trailer back to the field, and hopefully they will make it, because I have a small problem. This is out of fuel. We've run out of fuel in the quad track. So I need to go and get the Land Rover and get this refueled. Actually, not going to use the Land Rover. We're going to use the JCB here, because we can get the DEF over there as well with this. I'm hoping this will hook up to this. Let's see. Can we hook this up to this? Nope, it is going to take both the Land Rover and the JCB to get this tractor moving again. So first I've got the DEF, and while this is refilling, we will go and grab fuel. So refill that, and we'll hook this up to the Landy. There is a fair amount of diesel in it, thankfully, and if we're lucky, we'll get this out of the way before the New Holland gets anywhere near. I think we might be all right, but it's just, yeah, this is all nicely seeded, so I need to try and keep these wheels off it as much as possible. That's not entirely possible. There we go. And that. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait. And that's the DEF done. Right, let's get this out of the way then. Then we can get this refilled. Like that. There we are. We only actually need to get enough fuel in this to get it back to the yard. So we'll park everything off to the side. Just get this out of the orange, and then we'll be able to get it restarted. Looks like this tractor in not great nick. Looks like it might have conked out. There we go. That should be enough out of there. So let's fold all this up, get this out of this corner. Then we'll be out of the way for the New Holland, which is rapidly approaching. Start her up. Fold it up. Move out of the way of the weeder. Oh, look at that. How is that for timing? And this over to here. And we'll refuel it. There we go. Tractor is up at the field. So we'll get this emptied. And it looks like I might be able to get a hired worker to go and do that. Although, we're going to have to refuel this tractor on the way back this time, I think. Yeah, that's annoying. It's definitely a fuel shortage on everything at the moment. It's not great for us. Let's get this emptied out, though, and get this transporting. Oh, and I think our other two tractors have got in each other's way. Combine is empty. Oh, so combine is empty, and we've reached the end of the field. So I'm going to send this off and get it to go and tip. So we'll set the destination of this over here to there, and away it goes. Meanwhile, as I thought, these two have come to blows over here, so we'll take the hired worker off this, back this off, then once the New Holland is out of the way, we can spin this round, and we'll line this up on the next row here, and away it goes. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, that's picked up from where it was. The weeder is a little bit more temperamental. Doing the roller, much better way to go. We've finished the contract. The cultivating contract is complete. Only 23,711. We will collect on that then. Okay. And this is why we've got those other two contracts going. And I think we're going to have to just keep them going well into the night. I'm amazed that that ploughing contract is not further along. Look at that. That has whacked out a good amount of that field, but it's just not got there. And this is still on the headland, and you can see our tractor and trailer still moving along there. Yeah, these two contracts are not in a good way at all. And this is why I can't trust this tractor to go and drop this off itself. It's just getting stuck on every tree. If I had auto drive on here, that might make things a bit easier. But yeah, it's just getting stuck on everything. Right, let's try this. Third time's a charm. Set destination. Away you go. 2:30 in the afternoon. And I honestly don't think we can complete either that ploughing contract or that harvesting contract. Neither of them are... Well, the ploughing contract is a third of the way through. The harvesting contract isn't even a quarter of the way through. I don't see how either of those can get complete by the end of the day without it taking an inordinate amount of time, or us slowing the time down, which I could do. But yeah, that's not looking very good. This plow is actually going at a good rate now. I'm thinking more that this could complete by the end of the day than the harvest could. The harvester is almost out of fuel, and it's only just sort of finishing around headlands. I'm not very hopeful that the harvester will finish. This is got into a nice rhythm. I do not know where this tractor and trailer have gone. Yeah, I think... Oh no, this is completely out of fuel as well. Yeah, I think this contract is a bust. Especially as this harvester is low on fuel, and yeah, okay. So, we will stop that there. Completely stop that there. I'm going to get some fuel in this tractor, and I'm going to take the rest of this sorghum. So let's bring this over here. We need to park this in front. Start up the fuel pump. Refuel this. I don't want to massively refuel this. We don't want to put more than maybe quarter of a tank in. We want enough to get up to the field, to get the sorghum that's in the combine, and to get back. There we go. Let's turn that off. And the tractor still won't move because it has no DEF in it, so we need to go and get the DEF as well. Thankfully, we've still got a fair amount of DEF in this tank. I am just having to cart it around everywhere, refilling stuff though, which is slightly annoying. I am glad I have the JCB to go around and do it though, because it's a little bit mad otherwise. And yeah, this will allow us to get where we need to be and get done what we need to get done. And just to try and get a little bit back from this. I want to refill this. I want to refill this. There we go. And we don't want to refill it too much because it's a contract tractor and I want to get rid of it. So yeah, let's take this. Whoa, not staying on the front, that AdBlue. We'll take this back to the farmyard and then we'll go and tip the sorghum that we do have out of this trailer into this. But yeah, I'm not going to invest a ton of money into in fuel into this harvest when we're just, well, I just don't think we've got enough time to get it done. Even the ploughing contract is just going to have to keep going well into the night to get that. And if I get one of these two contracts out, then I think that's good. But the harvest contract, yeah, I think that's a bust. So with fuel in it, that will start up again. And we'll spin this around, not my field. And we will go and get this tipped. Can I get the trailer round and into my shed here? I'm wondering if this is what I should have done in the first place. Half the distance. Well, no, because we still have to... The trouble with the way contracts work now is I'd still have to deliver it in time. So it's not a case of tipping it into here and then delivering it later. We would just end up... Well, I think we'd just end up with the stuff if we failed the contract, which is probably not a bad shout on these larger contracts. Yes, it would cost us a fortune, but we could immediately sell the crop for a profit, which is kind of what I'm looking to do here. We're going to turn it into flour and it'll make us money that way. But yeah, we can't complete this contract, unfortunately. We haven't even made a dent in this and it's 4:30 in the afternoon. That's crazy. Combine is sitting here. Oh wow. And auger out. Will that reach the trailer? Nope. I've positioned badly. Yeah, both sets of fuel on it are running out. There we go. Auger down. And once this is empty, we'll just turn it off. And there we go, all done. Turn it off. Don't know what the flashing symbol on the harvester there is. Wow, and this is beeping at me because it doesn't have enough fuel in it. It has enough fuel in it though for what we want to do. So we'll get this up here, another 13,000 litres. So that's 29,000 litres of sorghum, I think, that we have off there. Far enough around. Right. A little bit awkward to get into it. More awkward than I expected it to be. Yeah. Especially with this trailer. This trailer has rear wheel steer, which is always a joy. There we go. So we will tip that. As soon as this is tipped, we will cancel the contract and see where that leaves us. Right. So let's cancel this contract. That's the harvesting. Cancel that. Yes. Okay, and that is going to cost us 19,159. But I reckon the sorghum we have in store is worth 28,000 maximum value. And if we turn it into flour, it's going to be worth even more. So that, I think, was worth it. Our weeder is just running over here and is doing fine. Oh, God. David Brown is beeping at me. So we're going to turn the hired worker off and go and refill this before I find myself running out of fuel. And I think rather than spend money on the refilling the ploughing tractor, I think we're probably going to end up cancelling that as well. It's still going and it's still doing all right, but it is only 40% of the way through the field at 5:30. It's been a valiant effort, but I don't think we've made it. My only trouble is, I think we own that bit of kit in the middle there as well, so we might have to come and retrieve that from the field. Our roller is done and filled again, so we can get this back and working. And yeah, we will get this field finished before the end of the day. And that will all be great. But it is 5:30, and I think that's going to be it. So yeah, we will get these going. We'll work into the evening with these two. We might see if we can get that ploughing done. I would like to get that ploughing done, but I am going to have to spend some money on the fuel to do it. For 60 grand, I think that might be worth it. But now, I'll leave this here, and I will see you next time. Thank you for watching. I hope that you've enjoyed this video. Please give it a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Huge thank you as well to all of my patrons and channel members. These videos are only made possible thanks to your support. If you want more from Virtual Farmer, please check out the videos on screen now, or subscribe for more. And I will see you next time.